It is late. The house has gone still, or close to it. The sounds of the day, the traffic, the voices, the small machinery of ordinary life have pulled back into the distance. And yet something in you has not gone still. Something is running. Maybe it was a look, a pause that lasted one beat too long, a voice that had a particular flatness when it said your name. Something at the edges of an interaction today that did not resolve cleanly, that left a residue, something unfinished sitting on the surface of the mind like a stone that will not sink. You have been here before. This particular quality of nighttime alertness, when the room is dark and there is no longer any noise to cover what the mind is doing. The face of someone who seemed distant today. The silence of a message not yet answered. A conversation that ended in a way you are still trying to decode. This is not weakness. This is not vanity. This is one of the oldest forms of human intelligence we carry. The capacity to read what other minds contain about us, to sense approval and disapproval in the air between people, to anticipate judgment before it lands. This sensitivity kept our ancestors alive in small communities where belonging was not a comfort, it was survival. Carl Jung spent a lifetime studying why this intelligence follows us to bed. He was born in 1875 inches, Keswil, a small lakeside village in the canton of Thurgau in Switzerland. His father was a country parson. His mother was, by her own account, two people. A practical, conventional woman in the daylight and something stranger and more expansive at night. As a child, Jung learned early that the person in front of you contains more than what is visible, that the daytime version and the nighttime version of the same human being can be almost incompatible. He built his entire psychology around that observation. Let your body settle where it rests. There is no task tonight except to be here. Jung believed the space between two people is never empty. It is dense with what he called projection, the unconscious placement of one's own internal material onto another person. When someone looks at you, he argued, they are not only seeing you, they are seeing what you remind them of. They are seeing qualities they cannot accept in themselves, given somewhere to live. They are seeing a screen onto which they have thrown something urgent, something that needed a location outside themselves. The cold look you received this afternoon may have been about you, or it may have been about the person giving it, about something they were carrying that had nowhere else to go. These two possibilities are different. Tonight, we will learn to tell them apart. Seneca, writing in Rome in the 1st century, observed in his letters to his friend Lucilius that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. He had no word for projection, but he noticed the same territory from a different angle. The mind rehearses what it fears. It runs the social simulation again and again. And the suffering that results is not the suffering of an event. It is the suffering of a story the mind tells about the event, which is rarely the same thing. There is something Jung discovered about what happens in the mind after social contact ends, not during the interaction, but in the silence afterward, when you are alone again with what it left behind. That discovery belongs later in tonight. For now, Let it rest as an open thread. Breathe. The room is still. In 1913, Jung sat alone in his study in Zurich and wrote in his journal, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." He was 38 years old. He had just lost Sigmund Freud, the most important professional relationship of his life, to a slow, irrevocable cooling. He was beginning to hear interior voices he could not explain, and did not know whether to classify as symptoms or as data. He chose to stay with them, to look inside rather than retreat from what he found. That is where tonight begins. Not with the verdict of other minds, with the courage to examine our own. The mind does not get louder at night. The world simply gets quiet enough to hear it. Chapter 2: Why Judgment Feels So Personal. There is a particular sting to being judged by someone you respect, something that cuts in a way a stranger's contempt does not. A cold word from a colleague you admire lands differently than the same cold word from someone you have never cared about. And there is a reason for this asymmetry that goes considerably deeper than simple pride. Psychologists who study the architecture of self-worth have a term for the way our sense of value fluctuates in response to other people's apparent approval or disapproval. They call it contingent self-esteem, a sense of worth that is not located inside us but is borrowed from outside, from the faces and words and silences of the people around us. Most adults carry some version of this structure. The degree to which it governs daily life varies. But the question is not whether you have it. The question is how much of your inner weather is being set by other people's expressions rather than by something more stable. Donald Winnicott, the British psychoanalyst who worked at Paddington Green Children's Hospital in London through the 1940s and 1950s, traced this back to the very beginning of selfhood. A child, he observed, first discovers who it is by looking at the mother's face. The face is a mirror. When the face reflects back warmth and recognition, when it says, in the language of expression rather than words, "I see you," and "what I see is welcome," the child receives information about its own existence. It learns that it is real, that it is good enough to be here. When the face is absent, or flat, or distracted, or frightened, the child receives a different message. Not in the form of a thought, the child does not yet have language, but in the form of a sensation, a contraction, something that registers as, "I am not enough. I need to be different in order to be safe." Winnicott called the capacity to be simply oneself, without performance, the ability to be alone in the presence of another. It requires a particular kind of earlier experience, an experience of being seen without needing to earn the seeing. When that experience is incomplete, the child, and later the adult, develops what he called the false self, a constructed presentation, a performance of acceptability, designed to secure what the true self could not secure by simply existing. The room does not answer. Jung called this structure the persona. He borrowed the word from Latin the name for the clay masks worn by actors in Roman theatre. The persona is the face we build to meet the world's expectations. The expression we wear in the office, at the dinner table, in the social gathering where we are performing competence or warmth or confidence or calm. Every person has one. Every person needs one. The persona is not pathological. It is necessary. We cannot present the entire interior to every social encounter. The difficulty is when we forget we are wearing a mask. When the persona becomes so fused with the sense of self that we begin to believe it is us. And then, when someone seems to see through it, or worse, to dismiss it with indifference, the response is not merely embarrassment. It is something closer to threat. Because the persona has been doing the same job the mother's face once did. It has been confirming that we exist, that we are acceptable, that our presence in the room is welcome. When someone withdraws that confirmation, the nervous system registers something older and larger than wounded pride. James Hollis, the Jungian analyst who practiced for many decades in Houston and later in Washington, and who wrote with unusual clarity about the psychological burdens we carry from early life, argued in his 1993 book, The Middle Passage, that most adults are still running on emotional software installed before the age of 12. Not because they are damaged, but because that software was written in response to real conditions. The child who learned to monitor the moods of unpredictable adults was not being neurotic. They were being intelligent within their specific environment. The difficulty arises when that intelligence runs in rooms where the original conditions no longer exist. Let your breath find its own pace. You do not need to direct it. The judgment you fear most is rarely the one others are actually making. There is a more precise reason for this, a specific mechanism Jung identified that makes social fear systematically distorted, that makes us misread what is actually happening in the space between people. That mechanism belongs later in tonight. Let it stay as an open question for now. What matters here is to recognize the structure. You learned early and thoroughly that approval was not guaranteed, that the face might not always be warm, and so part of you is always watching. Always doing the quiet mathematics of social belonging, always reading the room. This is not a character flaw. It is an adaptation that once made sense. The question is whether it is still necessary, and whether there is a way to slowly, gently put it down. Feel the weight of your body. The bed holds you. You do not have to hold yourself up. Chapter 3, Jung and the Social Psyche. In the spring of 1912, Carl Jung published a work called Wandlungen und Symbole der Libido, translated decades later into English as Symbols of Transformation. The book argued, carefully and at length, that the unconscious was not the private cellar Freud had described, a repository of repressed personal memories and wishes, but something far older and more collective. That below the layer of individual repression, there was a deeper layer that belonged to no single person. A psyche shared across the species, structured by patterns as ancient as humanity itself. Sigmund Freud read it His response came in the form of a gradual cooling, not a confrontation, not a letter of formal disagreement, but a measurable withdrawal of warmth that stretched across months. By 1913, the friendship and the intellectual partnership were functionally over. Jung was 48 years old. He was losing the most important mentor of his professional life, and he was doing so because he believed something too large to remain quiet about. The formal break was not simply personal. It was the moment when Jungian psychology separated from Freudian psychology at the level of premise. And one of the most significant consequences of that separation for our purposes tonight is this. Jung's psychology takes seriously the idea that the forces moving through a crowd are not simply the sum of individual psychologies. The social group has its own unconscious, its own shadow, its own archaic needs and fears and projections. Erich Neumann, who studied with Jung in Zurich in the late 1930s before returning to Tel Aviv, wrote at length about what he called the mass psyche, the way that groups dissolve individual judgment into shared emotional states. Neumann had particular reasons, writing in the 1940s, to be interested in what happens when collective shadow goes unexamined. He observed that crowds require what he called an outside, a figure or a group onto whom the collective's unacknowledged material can be projected. The scapegoat is not a social aberration. It is a psychological mechanism, and it operates not because individuals are cruel, but because the collective psyche needs somewhere to deposit what it cannot face in itself. Let your jaw soften, let your face release. Jung described the process of individuation, the long, difficult work of becoming more genuinely oneself, as inherently in tension with the collective. Not in opposition to it, but in creative tension. The person who has done real inner work, who has begun to recognize their own projections and withdraw them, who has made some contact with the shadow they carry, this person does not become easier in social situations. They become, in certain specific ways, harder to be around. Not because they are superior, but because they are less willing to participate in mutual unconsciousness, less willing to pretend not to see what is actually happening in the room. And the collective notices this, not consciously, but at the level of the social psyche, something registers. The person who has become more awake is both more admired and more threatening. Because their presence raises a question the group has not asked, what would it mean to see ourselves clearly? James Hillman, who broke from institutional Jungianism in the early 1970s and built his own framework out of his work in Dallas and later in Connecticut, argued that the soul is not a private possession. It is relational. The forces that move through a crowd are the same forces that move through a single psyche, just less mediated, less contained. What we call social dynamics, Hillman would say, are psychological dynamics given collective expression. There is something Jung discovered about what happens in the mind after social contact ends. Not during the interaction, after, in the quiet that follows. That discovery belongs later in tonight. Let it remain as a thread that will return. Notice your breath. It is moving on its own. In 1916, Jung wrote a short text he later claimed came to him almost involuntarily, as though dictated from somewhere he could not clearly locate. He titled it Septem Sermones ad Mortuos, the 7 Sermons to the Dead. He printed it privately and said almost nothing about it for decades. In that text, he tried to articulate something about the collective nature of the psyche that his professional vocabulary could not quite hold. The crowd of dead who come to him in the text asking questions, they are not ghosts in the conventional sense. They are unrealized possibilities, aspects of the collective psyche that have never been lived. The social world Jung was beginning to understand is not a backdrop to the inner life. It is the inner life given external form. What happens between people is always also happening inside them. The judgment that passes across a room from one face to another in the split second of an encounter carries more history and more unconscious content than either person will ever know. The room is still. You are exactly where you need to be. Chapter 4. The persona meets the crowd. Every social encounter is a meeting of masks. Not in the pejorative sense, not as deception, not as insincerity, but in the structural sense that Jung intended when he chose that Roman word, persona. The persona is not a lie. It is an organization, a way of presenting the self that is adapted to the particular demands of a particular context. You do not speak to your employer the way you speak to your oldest friend. You do not carry your body in a job interview the way you carry it in your own kitchen at 7 in the morning. These adaptations are not hypocritical. They are intelligent. The self contains many registers, and the persona is the mechanism by which we select the appropriate one. The difficulty arises not in having a persona, but in the rigidity of it, in the degree to which the mask has hardened and lost its flexibility. In how many of the other registers, the tender, the uncertain, the curious, the afraid, have been so thoroughly suppressed in social settings that the person can no longer access them, even in private. Marie-Louise von Franz, who worked alongside Jung at the Psychological Club in Zurich from the late 1930s onward and became one of the most precise interpreters of his work, wrote extensively about the relationship between the persona and what she called the inferior function, the psychological capacity that is least developed, most unconscious, most vulnerable to projection. She observed that the persona often develops in direct proportion to the need to hide the inferior function. The more ashamed a person is of their vulnerability, their irrationality, their need for connection, the more elaborate and rigid their social mask tends to become. Breathe. Nothing is required of you tonight but to rest. When two people meet in a social setting, then what is actually happening is more complex than it appears. Each person is presenting a managed surface, a persona constructed over years of social experience. But beneath each persona, the inferior function is alive and watching. The vulnerability, the need, the fear, the shadow, all of it present in the room, concealed, but active. And because the inferior function is unconscious, it does not stay quietly in the background. It leaks. It finds expression through the very things the persona is trying to control. Through the slight edge in the voice, the quality of the laugh, the barely visible tension in the eyes. Other people's inferior functions read these signals automatically below the threshold of conscious awareness. We know things about people that we cannot explain how we know. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations sometime around 170 AD at the frontier encampment along the Danube that we should be wary of the judgments we form in the first moments of meeting someone. He was a man who had access to the inner life of the Roman court, one of the most performative and mask-saturated social environments in the ancient world, and he knew how easily surface impressions could mislead. He wrote not to correct others, but to correct himself. The journal was never meant for publication. It was a private discipline. What he was practicing, in Jungian terms, was an early form of projection awareness, an attempt to notice where his own preconceptions were being mistaken for objective assessments of the people he encountered. The social crowd, when two or more personas meet, becomes a very specific kind of pressure. There is a sorting impulse that operates in groups, a rapid assessment of who belongs where, who is admired and who is dismissed, who sets the social temperature and who follows it. This sorting is not deliberate. It is not conscious policy. It is archaic. It runs on old social software written in conditions of scarcity and hierarchy, when belonging to the right group and being positioned correctly within it could determine survival. Marion Woodman, the Canadian Jungian analyst who worked for decades in Toronto and who wrote with extraordinary frankness about the embodied dimension of the persona, argued that the mask is not only psychological, it is held in the body. The tight shoulders, the held breath, the slightly raised jaw of someone trying to appear confident. The body has been trained to perform the persona even when the mind is elsewhere. And the body, she observed, eventually exhausts itself with the performance. Feel your body where it rests. The performance is over for tonight. When the persona meets the crowd, it is always doing several things at once. It is presenting, it is reading, it is adjusting. And somewhere beneath all of that activity, it is hoping, with a hope it would rarely name aloud, that somewhere in this room there is someone who might see through the mask without judging what they find. Chapter 5. Why people judge instantly. It takes less than 1/10 of a second. That is the finding from the work of Alexander Todorov, a Princeton psychologist who spent years studying what people infer from faces in conditions of extreme brevity. Participants in his research saw faces for as little as 100 milliseconds, not long enough to consciously process what they were seeing, and yet they formed confident assessments of trustworthiness, dominance, competence, and likability. More troublingly, these rapid assessments predicted election outcomes with above-chance accuracy, as Todorov documented in his 2017 book, Face Value. We judge in an instant. And we believe what we have judged. Jung would not have been surprised by this. He had seen it in his clinical practice and in his own social experience. The way a first impression arrives not as a tentative guess, but as a certainty. The way the body seems to know things before the mind has assembled any evidence. He understood this speed not as intelligence, but as the activation of the unconscious, the vast system below conscious awareness that is doing rapid pattern matching against a library assembled over a lifetime. The problem with this speed is not the pattern matching itself. The problem is what the patterns were built from. They were built from personal history, from the faces we have loved and feared, from the people who disappointed us and the people who saved us, from the emotional residue of every significant encounter across a lifetime. When we look at a new face and feel instantaneous trust or distrust, we are not reading that face objectively. We are reading it through a template assembled from entirely different faces in entirely different rooms. Let your shoulders drop. This is projection in its most basic form. Not a dramatic psychological process, not a pathology, just the ordinary operation of a mind that cannot process every new encounter entirely fresh, that must use accumulated associations as shortcuts. The face of the new colleague who makes you immediately uneasy may genuinely remind your unconscious of the teacher who humiliated you in 1,987 inches, a classroom in the city where you grew up. The connection may be purely gestural, a similar set of the jaw, a similar quality of looking slightly past you when you speak. But the body does not know this. The body responds to the new face as though the old memory were real, present, and current. Bessel van der Kolk, the Dutch-American psychiatrist whose decades of trauma research culminated in his 2014 book, The Body Keeps the Score, observed that the body does not distinguish well between past and present threat. Traumatic associations, and by extension strong emotional associations of any kind, bypass the rational mind and activate the survival system directly. The response arrives before the question. The judgment forms before the evidence is examined. The judgment you fear most is rarely the one others are actually making. There is a more specific reason for this, a mechanism by which our social fears become systematically distorted, more threatening than the reality warrants. That mechanism will come into focus later in tonight. For now, hold only this. The instant judgment others make about you is not a verdict. It is a projection. It is their own history briefly wearing your face. And you are doing exactly the same thing to them. This is not a moral failing. It is the condition of having a past, of being a creature whose nervous system learned from experience, who carries that learning forward into every new encounter, whether the new encounter warrants it or not. Edward Edinger, the American analyst who worked in New York and Los Angeles, and who spent much of his career tracing the psychological dimensions of ego and archetype, wrote about what he called the ego-self axis, the relationship between the conscious personality and the deeper organizing center of the psyche. He observed that when this axis is disrupted, When the ego is cut off from the deeper self, the person becomes hypersensitive to external validation. The judgment of others fills the space that should be occupied by an inner authority. The room is dark. Your breath is slow. In these conditions, and most social anxiety lives in exactly these conditions, other people's faces become enormous. Their flicker of distraction registers as rejection. Their moment of irritation registers as condemnation. The signal has been amplified by the anxious ego into something it cannot actually support, and the resulting suffering is real, even if its cause is not what it appears to be. We will come back to this. The thread is laid, it will hold. Chapter 6, Projection, begins in secret. Projection does not announce itself. That is the essential thing to understand about it. It does not arrive with a warning. It does not present itself as an error in perception. It presents itself as accurate observation, as plain seeing, as simply noticing what is there. This is what makes it so difficult to work with. The person who is projecting is not lying. They are not performing. They are reporting what they genuinely believe they are seeing. The colleague they distrust is, to their perception, genuinely untrustworthy. The stranger they find irritating is, to their perception, genuinely irritating. The quality they despise in another person is, to their perception, genuinely there, and sometimes, of course, it is. Projection does not require the projected quality to be absent from the other person. It requires only that the perceiver is responding to their own interior rather than to objective evidence. Jung described projection as the displacement of subjective contents into an objective situation. The contents he was referring to are the elements of the psyche that have not yet been recognized as belonging to oneself: qualities, impulses, feelings, capacities that have been dissociated from the conscious personality and, because they need somewhere to exist, have been placed outside. Feel the surface beneath you. The mechanism begins early. A child learns, through the accumulated experience of being parented, which parts of themselves are acceptable and which are not. Joy is welcomed, anger is punished. Assertiveness earns praise. Neediness earns withdrawal. Curiosity is rewarded. Aggression earns a cold look. The child, being intelligent and dependent, learns quickly which qualities are safe to express and which must be suppressed. The suppressed qualities do not disappear. They move underground. They form what Jung called the shadow, the personal unconscious, the basement of the psyche, where everything banished from the daylight of conscious life continues to live. But they do not live quietly. The shadow is active. It exerts pressure on the conscious personality from below. And one of its primary means of expression is projection, the placement of the suppressed quality onto someone else, where it can be seen, responded to, judged, or even punished, without the person having to acknowledge that the quality exists in themselves. Marie-Louise von Franz, lecturing at the Jung Institute in Zurich in 1958, described projection as essentially a state of unconscious identity with the object. You are not, in the projecting moment, seeing yourself in the other person. That is too conscious. You are simply reacting to them as though they possessed a quality that is actually part of your own unlived life. The reaction can be positive or negative. We project our ideals as readily as we project our darkness. Breathe. Let the exhale be complete. Consider the simplest case. A person who was taught in childhood that anger was dangerous, that expressing anger led to loss of love or physical threat, suppresses their own anger very effectively. So effectively that they genuinely do not feel it, or feel it only as a faint discomfort that has no name. They become, in adult life, a person who never gets angry. They are proud of this. Other people comment on their patience and equanimity. But when they encounter a person who expresses anger freely, not violently, just openly, as ordinary adults sometimes do in ordinary conflicts, the reaction is immediate and disproportionate. They find this person threatening, morally inferior, dangerous. The anger they are responding to is both real and amplified. Real because there is actual anger present in the other person. Amplified because it is also carrying the weight of every moment of suppressed anger in the observer's own history. The observer is reacting not just to the present display, but to a lifetime of unclaimed feeling. Peter Levine, who developed the somatic experiencing approach to trauma and wrote about the body's role in psychological healing, has observed that suppressed states don't only live in the mind, they live in the musculature, in the breath pattern, in the quality of readiness or collapse in the body. When a suppressed quality is triggered by projection, the body responds, the stomach tightens, the chest closes, the jaw locks. The response is felt as though it is coming from the outside, from the other person, because the body does not know how to locate an internal origin for a state that was never allowed to be internal. This is where social judgment begins. In the secret place where we put the parts of ourselves we could not afford to keep. Chapter 7. The shadow hates recognition. There is a particular quality of anger that arises when someone points out a quality in you that you have never seen in yourself. It is different from the anger of injustice, the clean, relatively simple response to an accusation that is simply wrong. This other anger is murkier. It has a stickiness to it. It lingers. You find yourself returning to what was said hours later, rewriting the conversation, building the case for your innocence with more energy than the initial accusation warranted. Jung noticed this quality. He called the emotional disturbance a hook. The idea is simple. Projection can only attach to a surface that provides purchase. An accusation that bounces off cleanly is probably not catching on anything real. An accusation that sticks, that bothers you disproportionately, that you cannot stop thinking about, that generates unusual defensiveness, is probably catching on something. Not necessarily the thing they accused you of, but something adjacent, something in the vicinity of the shadow. This is uncomfortable territory. It needs to be entered gently. Marie-Louise von France was particularly clear about this in her teaching. She pointed out that the shadow does not reveal itself through shame. Shame would be too easy. Shame is a conscious response, a response from the ego that knows it has been caught. The shadow announces itself through irritation, through the disproportionate reaction, through the sense of being personally violated by a quality in someone else. When you find yourself unable to tolerate a particular quality in another person, not simply disliking it, but finding it almost unbearable, finding its presence in the room a kind of offense, von Franz would say, look there, that is the direction of your shadow. Let your body be heavy. Let the weight of it press down. This is not a comfortable framework, but it is a generous one in the end, because it means that the things you find most intolerable in others are not evidence of their vileness. They are a map. They are pointing you toward parts of your own psyche that have not yet been made conscious. Parts that are not evil but unexpressed. Not pathological but unlived. Erich Neumann, in his foundational work, The Origins and History of Consciousness, published in 1949 with a foreword by Jung himself, traced the shadow's role in the development of the human ego. He argued that consciousness, the capacity to be aware of oneself as a distinct individual, necessarily involves a splitting. To know yourself as having certain qualities, you must define other qualities as not you. The process of becoming a self is also the process of creating a shadow. This means the shadow is not an accident of poor parenting or difficult circumstance. It is a structural feature of the human psyche. Everyone has one. The person who claims to have no shadow is, as Jung flatly stated, someone whose shadow is particularly large and particularly unconscious. The shadow hates recognition, not because recognition would expose something evil, but because recognition ends a certain comfort. The comfort of not being responsible for what is unacknowledged. Once you recognize a quality as your own, once you withdraw it from the other person and locate it honestly in yourself, you have to do something with it. You can no longer simply react, you have to choose. Dostoevsky understood this. Not in psychological vocabulary, but in the form of his fiction. The characters in The Brothers Karamazov, written in the late 1870s in the city of Staraya Russa, are not good and evil arranged tidily. They are fragments of a single human soul, distributed across several bodies. Ivan's cold rationality and Alyosha's love and Dmitri's passion are not separate types. They are parts of one psyche, each expressing what the others cannot. Dostoevsky gave his shadow characters full voices. He let the darkness speak eloquently. This is, Jung would say, the beginning of shadow work. Notice your breath. It is slower now. The shadow does not need to be feared. It needs to be met, not welcomed unreservedly. Some shadow contents genuinely should not be acted upon, but acknowledged, named, brought from the basement into at least a little light. Jung believed that the most dangerous shadows were not the ones containing dramatic darkness. They were the ones containing unlived life, the capacity for joy that was never permitted. the creative impulse that was suppressed in favor of practicality, the affection that was never expressed because the person learned that affection made them vulnerable. These are the contents that generate the most virulent projections. Because unlived life does not sit quietly. It presses upward and outward, looking for the nearest available face. Chapter 8: Anxiety Beneath Social Reactions. In 1844, a Danish philosopher named Søren Kierkegaard published a book he considered his most important. He titled it The Concept of Anxiety. He was 31 years old. He had recently broken his engagement to a woman named Regine Olsen, a decision he agonized over for years afterward, walking the streets of Copenhagen alone in the evenings, trying to understand what had happened and why. The book he produced from that agonized interior is still, nearly 2 centuries later, the most precise account of a particular variety of human dread. Kierkegaard called it the anxiety of freedom. His argument was this: anxiety arises not from the presence of threat, but from the recognition of possibility. When you stand at the edge of a cliff, the dizziness you feel is not entirely explained by the physical reality of the drop. Part of it comes from the sudden awareness that you could jump. You will not jump. There is no desire to jump. But the possibility exists, and the existence of that possibility, the recognition that your own freedom extends that far, produces a vertiginous sensation he called the dizziness of freedom. Anxiety is the dizziness of freedom, he wrote in one of the most quoted lines from that book. Feel the weight of your body. The bed is solid beneath you. You are not at any edge. This framework applies directly to social anxiety, though Kierkegaard did not articulate it in quite this way. Social anxiety is not, at its root, the fear of other people. It is the anxiety of social possibility, the recognition that you could say the wrong thing, that you could be seen as inadequate, that the social encounter is open, not predetermined, and therefore anything could happen within it. The anxiety is the dizziness of a freedom that extends in all directions, including directions you do not want to go. Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist who survived Auschwitz and built his logotherapy on the observation that meaning is the primary human need, wrote that the anxiety most of his patients suffered was not about specific threats. It was about the gap between what they were and what they felt they ought to be, the space of possibility that was unfilled, the life that was still unlived. In a room full of other people, that gap becomes visible. Other people's apparent confidence, apparent ease, apparent belonging, real or performed, measures the gap. And the nervous system, which has a strong negativity bias designed by evolution to prioritize threats over reassurances, tends to read the gap as enormous. To read the confident performance of others as evidence of their genuine superiority rather than as a different mask in a room full of masks. Jung discovered that beneath most social anxiety there is a shadow component, a specific unconscious content that the social situation is activating. The judgment you fear most is rarely the one others are actually making. There is a more precise account of this. It involves the way shadow material amplifies social signal into social catastrophe. We will arrive at that account later in tonight. Irvin Yalom, the American existential psychiatrist who worked for decades at Stanford and in his private practice in Palo Alto, identified what he called existential isolation as one of the 4 ultimate concerns of human life. We are each enclosed in our own consciousness. No matter how close we come to another person, no matter how intimate the relationship, there remains an unbridgeable distance between one mind and another. We can never be fully known. We can never fully know. The social situation makes this awareness acute. The room full of people who seem to understand each other, who laugh at the right moments and speak fluently and belong visibly. This room sharpens the sense of interior solitude into something close to grief. Breathe. And yet Yalom also observed, from his decades of sitting with dying patients at Stanford Medical Center, from his group therapy work, from his own careful attention to what brings genuine relief, that the encounter with this isolation can itself be a form of connection. That when 2 people recognize their shared aloneness, something happens between them that is more real than the cheerful surface of ordinary social performance. The anxiety, if it can be stayed with rather than fled from, opens into something. Jung's phrase for this opening was individuation, the long process of becoming genuinely oneself, not despite the anxious awareness of separateness, but through it. The room is still. You are resting. Nothing more is needed. Chapter 9. What criticism really reveals. A criticism lands. It arrives with force. Sometimes it arrives in public, in front of others, with the particular humiliation of a witnessed wound. Sometimes it arrives privately, in a message, in a voice with a controlled quality that tells you the person has been composing this for some time. Sometimes it arrives in the form of a look, a brief assessment that dismisses more effectively than any explicit statement. You receive it, and something happens in you that is worth examining slowly. The first response is usually reactive, defensive or collapsed, the 2 poles of a hurt that has not yet been processed. Defensive means attack back, build the case for your correctness, find the flaw in the criticism that proves it unwarranted. Collapsed means agree completely, take on full responsibility, spiral into self-judgment that quickly exceeds anything the critic actually said. Neither response is a reading. Neither response is actually looking at what the criticism contains. Jung spent considerable time in his clinical work thinking about what he called the grain of truth in projections and criticisms. He believed that most criticism, even the unfair, overstated, emotionally motivated variety, contains something the person on the receiving end can use. Not because the critic is wise, not because the criticism is proportionate or kind, but because what the critic chooses to criticize, the specific quality they cannot tolerate in you, the particular aspect of your behavior that triggers their reaction, is almost always telling you something about their shadow. And in telling you about their shadow, it may incidentally be pointing towards something genuine in the territory between you. Let your face be soft. Consider what criticism reveals about the person giving it. The colleague who criticizes you for being too sensitive is, in the Jungian reading, displaying a relationship to feeling that has been suppressed. The person for whom sensitivity is a contemptible weakness has, somewhere in their history, been punished for their own. The criticism is not primarily a verdict on your nervous system. It is a document of what they had to give up in order to survive in the environments they have inhabited. The friend who criticizes you for always needing approval has, with some degree of probability, significant unmet needs of their own for which they compensate by performing independence. The sharpness of the criticism is proportional to the degree of compensation required. This is not a comfortable framework to receive when the criticism is landing. In the moment, it does not help to know that the person hurting you is also hurting. But later, in the dark, when you are replaying it, this perspective can begin to shift something. Marcus Aurelius, writing to himself at the Danube frontier in the year 170 or thereabouts, made a note that has travelled 2,000 years to reach this room tonight. How much more grievous are the consequences of anger than the causes of it? He was observing that the damage done by responding to a provocation often exceeds the provocation itself. But beneath this practical observation is something more psychological. The anger that floods in response to criticism is not simply a response to the criticism. It is a response to the accumulated weight of every similar criticism, every similar dismissal, every similar moment of feeling evaluated and found inadequate. The body does not timestamp its emotional responses. When the criticism arrives today, it activates the whole archive. James Hollis, in Swamplands of the Soul, published in 1996, written out of his long clinical practice, argued that the moments of our greatest wounding are also often the moments of our greatest invitation toward growth. Not because pain is instructive in any simple sense, but because the wound marks the place where something real is at stake. The criticism that does not reach you, that you dismiss easily, is touching nothing real. The criticism that stays, that recycles itself through the mind at 2 a.m, is touching something. Your values, your sense of yourself, something you care about and are afraid might not be intact. The room does not answer. The question worth asking, not in the moment, but later, when there is some distance, is not whether the criticism was fair. That question is almost impossible to answer objectively, and answering it correctly does very little. The question worth asking is, what in me was touched by this? What does it tell me about where I am vulnerable? And why am I vulnerable there? That question, if it can be entered honestly, leads somewhere, not to self-blame, to self-knowledge, which is something different. Chapter 10, The Inner Critic Hears Everything. Before any external critic could speak, there was an internal one. It arrived early. It assembled itself out of the corrective voices of early life, the parental tone that registered disappointment, the teacher's comment that pointed to inadequacy, the peer group's laughter at the wrong moment. It learned the specific vocabulary of your household, the particular standards by which performance was measured, the exact way a face looked when you had failed to meet what was required. And then it internalized all of that, made itself independent of its original sources, took up residence in the interior as a voice that sounds, in most cases, more like your own voice than like anyone else's. This is what makes it so difficult to hear as something other than clear-sighted realism. When the inner critic speaks, it does not arrive as an external imposition. It arrives as judgment, as obvious assessment, as the simple, honest truth about what you are and are not. Jung called this internal figure the negative animus in women, and, in a related sense, the internalized negative father in both men and women, the psychological structure through which harsh judgment has been absorbed from the outer world and made an internal authority. Bonfrance described it as a voice that speaks in absolutes. Always. Never. Everyone knows. No one could respect. The absolute vocabulary is the tell. The actual world does not speak in absolutes. People are not always cold to you. You are not never adequate. The absolute form reveals the non-rational, archaic nature of the source. Let your body be still. Ethan Kross, the American psychologist who studies self-talk and internal dialogue, has found in his research at the University of Michigan that the voice of self-criticism operates differently when it is addressed in the first person versus the second or third person. When you speak to yourself as I am a failure. I always make this mistake. The nervous system responds as though a threat were actually present. When you address yourself by name, or in the second person, why are you so upset about this, suck? A kind of cognitive distance opens. The prefrontal cortex re-engages. The self-critic loses some of its authority. This small linguistic shift, calling yourself by name, speaking to yourself as you would speak to a friend, was observed by Kross to reduce both emotional reactivity and post-event rumination. Not dramatically, not magically, but measurably. Donald Winnicott made a related observation from a different angle. He argued that the capacity for self-compassion, the ability to treat oneself with the same generosity one would extend to someone one cared about, depended on having received a baseline of good enough experience in early life. The person who was never sufficiently held, literally and emotionally, in infancy and childhood, finds it genuinely difficult to hold themselves, not as a moral failing, as a structural gap. The internal holding environment was never built from sufficient external holding. Breathe. You are being held by the night itself, by the weight of rest. The inner critic hears everything because it was installed in conditions where survival required hearing everything. The child who learned to monitor constantly, to read the room, to anticipate displeasure, to adjust their behavior in advance of any visible sign of disapproval, was doing something extremely intelligent in response to genuinely uncertain conditions. The tragedy is not that this intelligence developed. The tragedy is that it keeps running in rooms where the original conditions no longer hold. Viktor Frankl, in his post-war writing from Vienna, observed that the response to suffering that keeps suffering in place is a second layer of suffering about the first. The pain of the original wound is real. The pain of self-condemnation for having been wounded is added. It is the second layer that becomes the prison. Not the experience itself, but the judgment of the experience, the verdict that the wound proves something intolerable about the person wounded. The inner critic is the voice of that second layer. It takes the ordinary bruises of ordinary life and converts them into evidence. Evidence for a case that was decided before the evidence was gathered. The question is not how to silence this voice. The question, and this is Jung's question, at its core, is how to recognize it clearly enough that it loses the authority it has never legitimately possessed. Chapter 11. Why confidence triggers others. There is a woman in an office who speaks clearly and takes up the space her position requires. She does not apologize for her decisions. She does not qualify her statements with excessive uncertainty. She looks people in the eye when she is making a point. She does not need approval to complete a sentence. Some people find her difficult to be around, not because she is unkind, not because she is wrong, but because her ease in her own skin produces an uncomfortable pressure in the people who are not at ease in theirs. Her confidence does not demand that they examine their lack of it. It does not say anything explicitly, but it creates a contrast that the nervous system registers as an accusation. This is the mechanism by which confidence triggers others, not through any action of the confident person, but through the quality of the contrast they embody. Their ease reads to the unconscious of the person watching as a mirror, and the mirror shows something the watcher has been avoiding. Jung described this dynamic in his discussion of what he called the carrier. Some people carry, involuntarily, a quality that others have suppressed. The person who is emotionally expressive in a family where emotion was forbidden becomes the family's designated carrier of feeling. Not because they chose this role, because the family needs the quality expressed somewhere, it cannot bear the pressure of complete suppression. And this person, for reasons of temperament or position, is the available surface. Feel the room around you. The dark is kind. When the confident person enters the room, they become an involuntary carrier of the confidence that others have suppressed. And the response is complex. Admiration, because the suppressed quality still exists in the observer and responds to its expression. Resentment, because the expression of the quality they have denied themselves feels like an injustice. Fear, because the carrier's freedom suggests the observer's constriction is not necessary. That constriction was a choice, or at least a response to early conditions that could, theoretically, now be revised. That possibility, the possibility of change, of revision, of taking back what was given away, is terrifying. Not because change is impossible, because it would require acknowledging that the suppression was happening and that the person doing the suppressing had a role in it. Nietzsche, in Twilight of the Idols, published in 1888, his last year of productive writing, described the will to power not primarily as a drive to dominate others, but as a drive toward mastery of oneself. The ongoing, never-completed project of organizing the chaotic materials of one's nature into something coherent and directed. The person who lacks this internal organization frequently compensates by seeking to diminish the organization they see in others, not out of conscious malice, out of a psychological economy in which the other person's visible strength feels like a rebuke. The tall poppy, as the Australian expression has it, gets cut. Breathe. Nothing in you needs to diminish for this to be true. James Hollis, in his work on what he called the larger life, the life that exceeds the agenda of early conditioning, wrote that the people who disturb us most are often the people who are living most freely. Not in a hedonistic sense, in the sense of being in genuine contact with their own nature. We respond to them with a mixture of desire and dread. We want what they seem to have. We are afraid of what it would cost to pursue it. The confident person is not doing anything to you. They are simply being themselves. But the self they are being is a version of something you once put down, and the sight of it reminds you of the laying down. This is the gift, if it can be received as one, hidden inside the discomfort. The person who triggers you has found something you set aside. They are, without knowing it, showing you where to look. Chapter 12. Self-worth in a watching world. The philosopher William James, writing in his Principles of Psychology in 1890, offered a formulation of self-esteem that has not been improved upon in the century and a quarter since. He describes self-esteem as a ratio, what we achieve divided by what we aspire to. Our sense of worth rises when the ratio improves, either because we accomplish more or because we demand less of ourselves. It falls when the gap between achievement and aspiration widens. James was writing from his study at Harvard in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a man whose own interior life was considerably more turbulent than his professorial calm suggested, who suffered long periods of depression and existential crisis that he never quite resolved, who found in philosophy and psychology not a solution to the difficulty of being alive, but a set of tools for thinking about it clearly. What he noticed, and what his formulation captures, though it did not use this language, is that self-worth is always implicitly social. The aspiration it refers to is almost never purely internal. It is assembled from what we believe we should be able to achieve, and what we believe we should achieve is assembled from what we have observed others achieving, from what our families told us was possible and necessary, from the standards of the social worlds we inhabit. The denominator of James's equation is socially constructed. This means that the experience of self-worth in a watching world is inherently unstable. The world is always providing new data about what others achieve. The aspiration keeps revising upward. The ratio keeps shifting. Let your jaw soften. Let your face release. Irvin Yalom identified self-worth as inseparable from what he called the existential anxiety around specialness and worth. The deep human need to believe that one matters, that one's existence has significance, that one will not simply dissolve into undifferentiated nothingness. He observed, from his decades of work with dying patients at Stanford University Medical Center, that this anxiety intensifies at the end of life precisely because death confronts the pretense of specialness directly. The dying person can no longer defer the question. But what Yalom also observed, and this is the more useful finding for a night like tonight, is that the people who meet death with the most equanimity are not, characteristically, the people who accomplished the most. They are the people who felt most fully themselves, who feel in the reviewing of their lives that they actually lived what was theirs to live, rather than a performance of what others expected. Self-worth in a watching world is, in the end, a problem of inside and outside. The worth that can be sustained is the worth that does not require the watching world to confirm it. Not because others' recognition is meaningless, it is not meaningless, but because when it is the only source of worth, it is always in danger. It depends on the continuing approval of an outer world that will not always provide it, that has its own needs and its own projections, that sometimes withdraws its warmth not because of anything the person has done, but simply because the world is preoccupied with itself. Breathe. You do not need to earn this moment. Jung called the alternative individuation, the slow, effortful, never fully completed work of developing a relationship to one's own center, to what he called the self with a capital S, the organizing principle of the psyche that exists beneath the ego's social strategies. The person who has some real contact with their own self, who has some sense of their own nature that is not entirely assembled from external reflection, has a kind of ballast. The watching world can still disturb them. Judgment can still sting. Approval can still matter. But it is not the only available source of stability. This ballast is not arrogance. It is not indifference. It is the opposite of indifference, a deep care for one's own genuine nature that does not require external validation, because it is not primarily a social performance. The room is still. The night continues its slow, indifferent generosity. Chapter 13. Politeness hides hostility. There is a smile that is not a smile. It uses the same muscles. It occupies the same space on the face. But something behind it is absent or replaced by something else. And the person on the receiving end usually knows it, even if they cannot say how they know. The body reads the incongruence before the mind can name it. Something subtle in the timing of the expression. Something in the quality of the eyes that does not quite match the upward curve of the mouth. This is the smile of controlled hostility, the social performance of warmth in the presence of its actual absence. And it is, in ordinary social life, far more common than any other form of aggression. Open hostility, the raised voice, the explicit contempt, the direct insult, is relatively rare in most adult social environments. It is too costly, It reveals too much. It violates social norms in ways that have social consequences. So, the hostility goes underground. It learns to speak in the language of politeness. It becomes the overly formal reply, the slightly too helpful tone that contains no actual warmth, the question that sounds caring and functions as an audit, the compliment that is also a comparison. Jung called this phenomenon shadow expression through the persona. The persona, the social mask, is designed, among other things, to manage the shadow's impulses, to contain them, to prevent the unacceptable from becoming visible. But the shadow is persistent. It finds its way through the persona in distorted form, not as rage, which would be readable, but as chill, not as contempt, which would be nameable, but as excessive correctness that conveys contempt through its very precision. Let your body settle. Marion Woodman, in her 1982 book, Addiction to Perfection, written out of her decades of work with women in Toronto, whose relationship to their bodies and their inner lives had been severely shaped by perfectionist demands, described what she called the kindly tyrant, the person who is always correct, always proper, always generous in word and form, who gives nothing that cannot be withdrawn, who keeps the relationship tightly controlled while performing warmth. The control is the hostility. The performance is the mask. The person on the receiving end of controlled hostility often doubts themselves, because what is happening is technically deniable. The smile was there. The words were appropriate. The behavior, if reported to a neutral observer, would sound blameless. The feeling the receiver is left with, the sensation of having been subtly diminished, slightly cold, not quite seen, has no evidence it can point to, and so it often turns inward. The receiver questions their own perception, wonders if they are too sensitive, wonders if they imagined it. This self-doubt is one of the most reliable effects of controlled hostility. It is not a coincidence. The function of the social mask is precisely to make the hostility invisible while ensuring the hostile message is delivered. The target is left with the message, the sense of dismissal, the sense of being found inadequate. But without the evidence required to name what has happened, Bessel van der Kolk observed that interpersonal threat that cannot be named is, in certain ways, more damaging than explicit aggression. Explicit aggression can be responded to. Named, it can be addressed, resisted, left behind. Unnamed threat produces a diffuse, chronic, low-level activation in the nervous system, a persistent sense that something is wrong that cannot be located or confronted. This activation, sustained over time, has measurable effects on physiology and on psychological functioning. Notice your breath. The night is without hostility. You are safe here. The question the Jungian framework raises is not primarily about the receiver's response. It is about the hostility itself. Where does the controlled hostility come from? What is it covering? In most cases, the answer involves a version of the same mechanism we have been tracing. The controlled hostility directed at you is the surface expression of something the person giving it cannot directly face. It may be envy, it may be fear, it may be an unresolved wound that your presence in some way touches. The precise content varies, but the structure is consistent. Something in the interior requires an outlet, and the outlet takes the form most available given the person's particular social constraints. This does not make the experience of receiving it less real, but it changes what it means. Chapter 14. Emotional pain behind opinions. There is a version of this that is almost too simple, almost too reductive, but it holds up under examination. The harshest opinions are almost always in pain, not always visibly, not always consciously, but the person who is most strident in their judgment of others, most certain, most vocal, most invested in the verdict of inadequacy directed at the outside world, is almost invariably someone who is carrying something they have not been able to set down. The judgments function as a kind of pressure release, not for what they claim to be about, for something older and more personal that they are standing in for. Jung observed this in his clinical work. He noticed that patients who were most critical of others, whose case reports were densely populated with failures and inadequacies of the people around them, were often the people in the most significant psychological pain. Not because criticism is inherently a sign of suffering, but because the degree of investment in external judgment, the energy devoted to prosecuting the failures of others, was proportional to the degree of unacknowledged pain in the interior, the person who cannot sit quietly has something they cannot sit quietly with. Let your shoulders drop fully. This is not a comfortable observation to hold, particularly when you are on the receiving end of strong judgment. In the moment of being judged harshly, the last thing the mind wants to do is extend compassion toward the judge. The reactive response, defending, counterattacking, withdrawing, collapsing, is immediate and powerful. But in the stillness of a night like tonight, when the interaction is already past and the only available relationship to it is reflective, something else becomes possible. The possibility of seeing the judge as a person carrying something, of understanding the judgment not as a verdict, but as a symptom. Kierkegaard wrote in his journals, those extraordinary private documents he kept throughout his adult life in Copenhagen, not for publication, but for the same reason Marcus Aurelius kept his as a discipline of self-examination, that the capacity to see suffering behind behavior is the beginning of Christian love. He meant something specific by that phrase that is embedded in his particular theological framework, but the psychological content translates. It is the capacity to see the human being behind the social action, to not mistake the mask for the face behind it. Breathe. The night holds no opinions. Viktor Frankl described the worst human behavior he witnessed in the concentration camps, and he witnessed considerable darkness as ultimately comprehensible, not in the sense of being excusable, but in the sense of being the product of people who had lost access to the dimension of existence that makes humane behavior possible, the dimension of meaning, of purpose, of the connection between one's actions and a larger framework of value. When that connection is severed by trauma, by despair, by the long corrosive effects of unfaced suffering, what remains is behavior driven by the most primitive layers of the psyche. Behavior that looks from the outside like cruelty, but is, from the inside, something closer to anguish without a language. This is not an excuse for cruelty. Frankl was also very clear about that. The capacity for choice persists even in the most extreme conditions. Suffering does not remove responsibility, but it does explain something about the texture of harsh judgment in ordinary life. The person who judges you viciously, who seems to take genuine pleasure in the diminishment of others, who cannot extend warmth to anyone, this person is almost certainly in a kind of pain that they have not found words for and cannot face directly. The judgment is the pain looking for somewhere to go. Knowing this does not make the wound painless, but it prevents the wound from becoming a verdict. Chapter 15. The smile that conceals envy. Envy has a particular difficulty in most Western psychological vocabulary. It is one of the most universal human experiences and one of the least acknowledged. People admit to jealousy more readily than to envy. They admit to sadness, to anger, to fear. But envy, that specific combination of desire for what another has and resentment of their having it, is experienced as shameful in a particular way. Admitting envy seems to reveal inadequacy, to expose a need that should be self-generated, to confess a failure of equanimity that the person feels they should have transcended. So it goes underground, and underground it does not lie still. It operates through the persona, expressing itself in the forms available to it given the person's particular social constraints. In certain personalities and certain social contexts, it surfaces as the smile that congratulates while the eyes do something else. The warm words of support that arrive with a particular quality of distance. The genuine sounding interest that is actually surveillance, checking constantly where you stand relative to them. Erich Neumann wrote about what he called the eye of God, the archaic experience of being watched by an authority capable of judgment. He traced this to the earliest development of the ego, when the child is under the near constant surveillance of the parenting figure whose approval is necessary for survival. This experience of being permanently observed, permanently evaluated, leaves a residue in the adult psyche. The sense of being watched, assessed, found adequate or inadequate, never entirely leaves. Let your face be still. You are not being watched tonight. Envy, in the Jungian framework, often involves a projection of the person's own unlived capacities onto someone who appears to be living them. The person who envies a colleague's success in a particular field is frequently a person who has the same capacity and has not yet found a way to express it. The envy is the energy of that unexpressed capacity, backed up and seeking release through the nearest available channel, which is the person who is expressing it. This makes envy, paradoxically, a useful diagnostic. Not pleasant to experience, not comfortable to acknowledge, but informative. The specific person you are most envious of, if you can locate them honestly, is frequently pointing towards something in your own unlived life that is asking for attention. James Hillman, in his writing on the Soul's Code, his 1996 book of that title, building on the Platonic idea of the daemon, the individual spirit that carries the specific configuration of each person's fate, argued that what looks like envy is often the soul's recognition of itself in another person's expression. Not envy in the diminishing sense, but a kind of ache for the unlived potential the other has accessed and the self has not yet found. The smile that conceals envy is the persona doing its best to contain this ache, to perform generosity and goodwill, while the interior is genuinely suffering the distance between what is and what might have been. It is not, in most cases, consciously deceptive. The person producing the smile may sincerely intend warmth, but beneath the intention, something else is moving. Notice your breath. The useful question, not in the moment of receiving the veiled smile, but later in the quiet, is not whether the person was sincere. It is what their envy, if that is what it was pointing toward. What quality they saw in you that they believe they lack. This is information about how you are being perceived, but it is also potentially information about what you have developed or become that deserves to be recognized. Not as superiority, but as something real. Seneca, in his Letters to Lucilius, observed that the person who is envied is not usually the most fortunate. They are usually the most visible. Envy follows visibility. And visibility, he argued, is a burden in itself. The cost of standing in a space where other people's projections can find purchase. The room holds nothing but quiet. Let that be enough. Chapter 16. Social Masks and Silent Aggression. Every social environment has its particular economy of aggression, its particular vocabulary of permissible hostility and required performance. In some environments, aggression is expressed freely, explicitly, with volume and directness. In others, most professional environments, most upper-middle-class social contexts, most of the environments inhabited by the fellow psych sleep listener at 11 at night, explicit aggression is heavily penalized. The norms say, be civil, be generous, be warm, or at least appear warm. And so the aggression becomes silent. It becomes the coldness performed as neutrality. The absence of acknowledgement deployed as judgment. The group conversation from which one person is consistently, smoothly excluded, not by explicit gesture, but by the subtle patterning of who is addressed and who is looked at when someone else speaks. The credit assigned to the wrong person, casually, in front of witnesses. The joke that is not a joke. Marion Woodman, working with the embodied dimension of psychological dynamics, argued that silent aggression is felt by the body before the mind has named it. The stomach tightens, the breath shortens. Something in the musculature braces, as though against a blow that the conscious mind has not yet registered. The body knows. The body always reads the room at a level below rational awareness. Feel the surface beneath you, the weight of your body. Nothing braces against anything here. Jung's framework makes a specific prediction about silent aggression that is borne out by clinical observation. The more rigidly the persona suppresses genuine affect, the more forcefully the affect will find expression through indirect channels. The perfectly polite person who never shows anger is not a person without anger. They are a person whose anger has been routed through the only channels available to it given the constraints of their particular persona. This means that the person in your life who is never explicitly hostile but consistently leaves you feeling cold, minimized, slightly wrong, is not necessarily a person of unusual virtue or equanimity. They may simply be a person whose hostility has become very skilled at remaining deniable. The practical difficulty is recognizing what is happening in real time when the deniability is functioning effectively and your own perception is being undermined by the very mechanism you are trying to see. You feel diminished. You look for evidence. The evidence is technically not there. You wonder if you are imagining it. Peter Levine, in his work on the physiology of threat response, makes the point that the nervous system is capable of registering social threat well below the threshold of conscious awareness. The felt sense of wrongness, the body's signal that something in the social environment is hostile, even when that hostility has no explicitly identifiable form, is not confusion, it is information. The body is reading correctly. The difficulty is that the social norms that govern polite environments have been precisely calibrated to defeat the body's read by providing plausible deniability at the level of explicit behavior. Breathe. Let the exhale carry what it can. Bessel van der Kolk made the observation that chronic, low-grade social threat, the kind produced by environments where hostility is consistently present but consistently deniable, is, in certain measurable ways, more damaging than acute explicit threat. Acute threat can be responded to. It has a clear form. The nervous system can activate, respond, and discharge. Chronic deniable threat keeps the nervous system in a state of low activation with no available discharge. The system stays tightened, the body stays braced, and over time that chronic state has consequences. James Hillman would say that the soul needs to name what it is experiencing in order to begin metabolizing it. The unnamed thing stays in the body as undifferentiated distress. The named thing, this environment is hostile to me, and the hostility is real even though it is deniable, can at least be approached, can be thought about, can be brought into some relationship with conscious awareness rather than living only as a tightness in the chest and a vague wish to leave. The room is honest. Nothing here pretends. Chapter 17. Why Difference Feels Dangerous. In a 1971 experiment at a boys' school in England, the psychologist Henri Tajfel divided students into groups, using the most arbitrary criterion he could devise: their preference for paintings by Paul Klee versus Wassily Kandinsky. Both painters were unfamiliar to the students. The preference was essentially meaningless, and yet within hours of the division, boys in each group were allocating resources in ways that clearly favored their own group over the other, even when it would have been more economically rational to divide resources evenly. The groups had existed for hours. The distinction between them was meaningless, and still the tribalism organized. Tajfel called this the minimal group paradigm. He had survived the Holocaust. He had witnessed what happens when categorical distinction between in-group and out-group is permitted to organize large social systems without constraint. His experiment was designed to show that the human tendency toward tribal organization does not require historical enmity, economic competition, or ideological conflict. It requires only a line between us and them. The content of the line barely matters. Jung would not have been surprised by Tajfel's findings. He had spent decades mapping the archaic structure of the human psyche, and what he found there was ancient. The collective unconscious, with its archetypes and its powerful organizing patterns, contains a very old set of instincts around belonging and exclusion. The impulse to sort, to categorize, to assign others to the inside or the outside of the circle, this is not a modern phenomenon. It is Paleolithic software running in contemporary bodies. Let your breath be slow. What makes difference threatening at the level of the psyche is not the difference itself. It is what the difference suggests about the stability of one's own position. The person who does not conform to the implicit norms of the group, who moves differently, thinks differently, makes unexpected choices, does not only stand outside the group, they implicitly question whether the norms the group is organized around are as necessary as the group has assumed. Their existence raises a question, and questions in the social psyche are threats. Camus, writing in The Myth of Sisyphus in 1942 from occupied France, observed that the truly foreign character of the world, its fundamental refusal to conform to our needs and expectations, is what produces what he called the absurd. The person who is different, who is genuinely other, embodies this foreignness at the social level. They are, in their non-conformity, a small local version of the universe's indifference to our preferred categories. Hannah Arendt, the philosopher who fled Germany in 1933 and spent the remainder of her long life thinking about the conditions under which human dignity is possible, wrote in The Origins of Totalitarianism that statelessness, the condition of being without a recognized community, is the most fundamental form of human suffering. Not poverty, not physical danger, but the absence of a social world that recognizes one's existence. We need to be seen. We need to belong somewhere. The threat of exclusion activates something as deep as the threat to physical survival. The room does not ask you to conform. You are simply here. The person who is different does not intend to threaten the group. They are simply being themselves. But the group reads the difference as a challenge. as the very quality the group has agreed to suppress suddenly appearing, unrepressed, in human form. If the group has agreed to suppress creativity in favor of conformity, the creative person's presence is an accusation. If the group has agreed to suppress feeling in favor of performance, the person who shows genuine emotion disrupts the compact. The disruption is unwelcome, and the group responds with the tools available to it: exclusion, judgment, silence, the gradual freezing out that maintains the social architecture the different person's presence challenges. This is not evil. It is the archaic human fear of what threatens the container, the community, the tribe, the agreement about how things are and how they must remain. It is worth knowing, because knowing it changes what it means when the group turns its collective face away. Chapter 18. The group punishes uniqueness. Jung was explicit about this. The process of individuation, of becoming genuinely oneself, distinct and particular, and no longer simply a cell in the collective organism, comes at a cost. It is not a cost he romanticized. He was too honest for that. It is the cost of standing outside the herd, of losing the warmth of unconscious belonging in exchange for a more exposed, more particular, more genuinely one's own kind of existence. He drew this idea partly from Friedrich Nietzsche, whose work he had read carefully in his 20s. Nietzsche's Zarathustra, who descends from his mountain cave to bring the doctrine of self-overcoming to the townspeople, is met not with gratitude, but with incomprehension and mockery. The townspeople prefer their tightrope walker, their entertainer, their comfortable daily entertainment. Zarathustra, who is offering something real, is more disturbing than useful to them. He represents a demand they have not asked to be made. Jung noted that Nietzsche's tragedy, his real tragedy, distinct from the madness that overtook him in 1889, was the inflation of this dynamic. Nietzsche identified with the solitary hero so completely that he lost the thread back to ordinary human connection. The individuation that Jung envisioned was not heroic isolation. It was something more difficult and less dramatic, the ongoing work of becoming more fully oneself while remaining in genuine relationship with the human community. Let your body be heavy. James Hillman argued that the soul wants to be seen in its particularity, not its role, not its function, its actual nature, its specific configuration of qualities and capacities and limits. And the social world, as he observed it, is remarkably poorly equipped for this kind of seeing. The social world deals in categories, in recognized types, in performances that can be evaluated against established standards. The person whose particularity does not fit neatly into the available categories becomes, for the social world, a problem. Not a person who is simply more complicated than the categories can hold, a problem, a disruption of the sorting system. Ethan Cross's research on self-talk and social exclusion found that the experience of social rejection activates the same neural circuits as physical pain. not metaphorically. In brain imaging studies, the same regions light up. The same regions that process a punch also process an exclusion. This finding, replicated many times since its first publication, suggests that the pain of group rejection is not a weakness of sensitivity or an excess of feeling. It is the pain of having a fundamentally social animal's primary need threatened. The body does not distinguish between physical and social survival threat. It registers both in the same register. Breathe. This is the body that carried you here. It is trying to protect you. Sociologists studying what they call deviance, the process by which groups identify and respond to members who violate norms, have found a consistent pattern. The first response to deviance is not exclusion, but re-inclusion attempt. The group tries to persuade the deviant to conform. Only when persuasion fails does exclusion become the tool. The group needs to maintain its coherence above the need to keep any particular member. When keeping the member would require the group to revise its norms, the member becomes expendable. The person who is being punished for uniqueness is almost always being given a clear message before the punishment becomes explicit. You can stay if you become less yourself. You can belong if you give back to us the quality that your presence has reminded us we suppressed. You can be warm if you first agree to be smaller. The cost of that agreement, and most people make it repeatedly throughout their lives, in different rooms and for different audiences, is the gradual erosion of the self that was there before the social pressure began, the self that existed before it learned to read the room. The self that, as Winnicott would say, was genuine before it became false. Jung's name for the alternative was individuation, which sounds grand and probably is in the long view. But in the ordinary medium view, it is smaller and more demanding than it sounds. The daily work of noticing when you are about to agree to be less yourself and sometimes not doing it. Chapter 19. Projection in Everyday Encounters. Most projection does not look like projection. It looks like ordinary perception. You walk into a meeting and you know, before anyone has said anything, that someone in the room dislikes you. You can feel it. The energy is wrong. The way they positioned their body slightly away from you. The way they did not look up when you entered. You have assessed the situation. You know what is happening. And you might be right. Or you might be reading something that isn't there, or is only partially there, significantly amplified by your own history. And there is almost no way in the moment to tell the difference. This is the practical difficulty of the concept of projection, not as a theoretical observation, but as a daily lived reality. The projection is invisible from inside it. It presents itself as accurate perception. And many of its elements may be accurate. The person may genuinely be slightly cold. Your read of their body language may be technically correct. But the meaning you are making from those signals, the story you are building, the verdict it is confirming about your worth and your position in the room, that construction is happening inside you, assembled from materials that predate this room by decades. Let your breath be slow and easy. Marie-Louise von Franz, teaching a seminar at the Jung Institute in Zurich in the early 1960s, described what she called the phenomenology of projection, the way projection feels from inside. She noted several characteristic features. First, certainty. The projection does not arrive as a hypothesis, it arrives as a fact. The person feels certain they know what the other person is thinking, feeling, or intending. This certainty is one of the primary signals that projection is operating. Because genuine interpersonal perception, honestly conducted, is always accompanied by some degree of uncertainty. Second, the mirror quality. The quality being projected is often the opposite of the quality the projecting person believes themselves to possess. The person who prides themselves on generosity becomes convinced, in projection, that the other person is secretly stingy. The person who values honesty becomes convinced the other person is secretly deceitful. The shadow is, characteristically, the reverse of the conscious attitude. Third, emotional intensity. The reaction to the projected quality exceeds what the situation warrants. Something about this person's behavior produces a response in you that cannot be accounted for by the behavior alone. Notice these three signals: the certainty, the opposite quality, the excessive intensity. When all three are present, the Jungian framework says, look inside before looking out. Breathe. Nothing is being judged here. Edward Edinger, who worked as a Jungian analyst in Los Angeles and wrote with unusual precision about the clinical and theoretical dimensions of projection, described what he called the withdrawal of projection as one of the most significant psychological events a person can experience. It is the moment when you look at someone you have strongly reacted to, with either idealization or disdain, and you recognize, suddenly and somewhat uncomfortably, that what you were seeing was not primarily them. It was something in you, wearing their face. The withdrawal of projection does not necessarily produce warmth toward the person. The idealization, when withdrawn, may leave disappointment. The disdain, when withdrawn, may leave a mild embarrassment. But what it produces, in both cases, is a kind of clarification, a slight reduction in the noise between you and the actual world. A small increase in the accuracy of what you are seeing. This is not a dramatic event, usually. It happens quietly, in the middle of a conversation, or hours after, or sometimes years after. A moment of sudden recognition. I was not seeing them. I was seeing something I was carrying. Those moments, accumulated over years, constitute something, not enlightenment. Not the end of projection. Projection is structural. It does not end. But a gradual, cumulative improvement in the quality of seeing, a slight, persistent increase in the gap between the impulse and the response, between the feeling and the judgment, between the room as it appears and the room as it is. Chapter 20. What people cannot admit. There are things most people cannot say directly, even to themselves. not because they are evil things, but because they are vulnerable things. Things that would expose too much, that would make the person too visible, too unprotected, too openly in need. So instead, they find other forms. The person who cannot admit they are lonely becomes critical of others' social choices. The person who cannot admit they are afraid becomes contemptuous of those who show fear. The person who cannot admit they need help becomes excessively generous, compulsively helpful, in a way that positions them always on the giving end, never the receiving end, which is the only position from which they feel safe. Jung called these compensatory movements of the psyche. The surface behavior compensates for what cannot be acknowledged in the interior. The mask performs the opposite of what the face behind it is actually experiencing. This is not deception in the ordinary sense. The person is not consciously performing a falsehood. They may genuinely not know at the conscious level what they are compensating for. The denial runs that deep. Let the room be still. Let your body be completely supported. The mechanism is protective in origin. Every compensation began as a solution to a real problem. The child who learned that showing need produced rejection learned to suppress need and compensate with self-sufficiency. This was, in the context of that child's actual environment, intelligent. The difficulty comes when the self-sufficiency is maintained in adult relationships where need is not only acceptable but required for genuine intimacy. The protection that was once necessary becomes the prison. Donald Winnicott observed that the false self, the defensive organization of the personality that protects the true self from exposure, always begins from a position of care. The child builds the false self to protect the true self from conditions that could not be survived otherwise. The false self is an act of loyalty to the self, even as it buries it. Viktor Frankl, writing in the aftermath of his own survival of conditions that took nearly everything, observed that the capacity to face what one cannot admit is the beginning of genuine freedom. Not the forced confession, that is a different thing, performed under coercion and producing shame rather than insight, but the quiet, private willingness to look at what one has been turning away from, the question asked in the dark, honestly, without performance. What is it that I actually cannot say? Notice your breath moving through you. What people cannot admit in social encounters is usually some version of, I am afraid, I am not adequate, I need you, I am angry, I am ashamed. These are the central human experiences that most adults have learned to route through the persona before they can be expressed, if they can be expressed at all. The routing produces the distortions we have been examining all evening. The projection, the controlled hostility, the smile that conceals envy, the disproportionate judgment. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese Buddhist monk who spent decades teaching mindfulness from his center at Plum Village in France, wrote about what he called looking deeply, the practice of looking beneath the surface behavior to the suffering that is producing it. He was not offering a psychological framework in Jung's sense, but the instruction is the same. Before you respond to the behavior, look for what is generating it. Look for what the person cannot admit, even to themselves. This does not require that you become a therapist in every social encounter. Most encounters cannot hold that kind of attention. But at the level of the night, in the review of the day, it is possible to extend the looking, to ask about the person who said the difficult thing or made the cold gesture. What is it that they cannot say? What is underneath this? The question does not excuse the behavior, but it relocates its meaning. And in relocating its meaning, it changes what you carry away from it. Chapter 21. The Shadow of Moral Judgment. Moral judgment is a particularly powerful vehicle for shadow projection. This is uncomfortable to acknowledge, but it is one of the most consistent findings in the literature of depth psychology. The moral condemnation of another person. The sense that they are not simply mistaken, but genuinely bad. Not simply inadequate, but genuinely contemptible. Not simply different, but genuinely inferior, carries an emotional charge that far exceeds what the ordinary assessment of another's behavior requires. And when you locate that charge in the person who holds the condemnation and ask what it is carrying, what you almost always find is a suppressed equivalent, the shadow quality that cannot be admitted. The impulse that has been banished from the conscious personality and is now being prosecuted in the person it has been projected onto. This is what Jung meant when he said that what irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. It is not that the irritating quality is not genuinely present in them. It may well be. But the intensity of the moral response to it is ours. The heat of the condemnation comes from our own interior, from the degree to which we have been required to banish the quality from ourselves. Let your face be still. The most virulent moral condemnation is typically reserved for qualities that the condemner secretly recognizes in themselves, but cannot allow. The strident moralist about sexual propriety, who privately maintains a life that contradicts every publicly stated principle, this is a cliché, but it is a cliché because it is a recognizable pattern, documented across enough cases that it has become part of the cultural vocabulary. The shadow projected as moral crusade. But the mechanism operates at lower intensities too, in ordinary daily life, in the ordinary judgments we make about colleagues and neighbors and family members. The person who is contemptuous of laziness has almost certainly a significant internal prohibition on rest. The person who cannot tolerate self-pity in others has been required at some cost to suppress their own. The person who is most severe about weakness is carrying a terror of their own. Erich Neumann, drawing on his work with the dynamics of the collective psyche, argued that moral systems are always partly projective systems. The norms of a community define what belongs inside the community, what is acceptable, civilized, admirable, and what belongs outside. And what belongs outside is always partly the community's own shadow, given the form of the condemned quality, and expelled. Breathe. Judgment is not required here. This does not mean that all moral judgments are merely projections. Some things are genuinely harmful. Some behaviors genuinely require prohibition. The Jungian critique of moral judgment is not moral relativism. It is a warning about the specific excess, the condemnation that is hotter than the evidence warrants, the judgment that carries more emotional energy than the behavior being judged requires, the moral certainty that admits no doubt and seeks no complication. Jung believed that the capacity to hold the tension of opposites, to recognize both the genuine wrong and the shadow dimension of one's own response to it, was one of the marks of psychological maturity. Not moral indifference, but moral complexity. The capacity to say, "This is harmful," and my response to it contains something from my own interior that I need to examine. Marcus Aurelius, governing an empire in which real harm was a daily reality requiring genuine judgment and response, wrote repeatedly to himself about the danger of contempt. He observed that when he felt contempt for a person rather than simple disapproval of their action, something had gone wrong in his own interior. The contempt was a signal about himself, not about them. The room is quiet. Nothing judges you here. Moral judgment at its healthiest is proportional, particular, and accompanied by some degree of self-awareness about the judge's own limitations. At its least healthy, it is outsized, absolute, and completely unconscious of the projected content it carries. Most of us manage some version somewhere between these poles on most days. Chapter 22. Shame passed between strangers. Shame moves. This is something that has been documented carefully enough that it deserves to be stated plainly, without qualification. Shame is not a private interior state that stays where it is produced. It travels. It finds new hosts. It passes from one person to another in ways that are largely unconscious, operating through the mechanisms of social interaction without either party fully knowing what is happening. The psychologist June Price Tangney, who spent decades at George Mason University studying the difference between shame and guilt, two states that are commonly conflated but operate very differently in the psyche, found that shame produces a characteristic response, not repair, but hiding or attack. Guilt, by contrast, tends toward repair. The person who feels guilt about a specific behavior is motivated to correct it, to apologize, to make right. The person who feels shame, who experiences the emotion not as "I did something bad," but as "I am bad," is not motivated toward repair. They are motivated toward disappearance or aggression. The aggression is the relevant piece for tonight. Let your body settle. When shame cannot be tolerated, when the person carrying it has no internal capacity to hold the weight of it, to sit with it long enough to begin metabolizing it, it tends to be expelled. Not consciously, not deliberately. But the social interaction becomes the vehicle through which the shame is transferred, a humiliating tone, a dismissal that leaves the other person feeling small. A judgment delivered in a way that makes the target shrink, that produces in them exactly the sensation the judge is trying to evacuate. This is what Bessel van der Kolk means when he says trauma, and shame at its most intense is traumatic, shapes relationship. Not just the internal relationship to oneself, but the external relationship to others. The person who was shamed repeatedly in early life and never had the experience of being seen and reassured back to steadiness tends to pass a version of that experience forward, not deliberately, as a spillover of what they cannot contain. The experience of receiving this transferred shame is distinctive. It does not always arrive as a recognizable attack. It arrives more often as a subtle diminishment, a tone, a quality of attention that makes you feel you are not quite right in this room, that you have failed some standard you did not know was being measured, and then you leave the interaction, carrying something that did not belong to you when you arrived. Notice your breath. Whatever was not yours today, you can set down here. Peter Levine, in his somatic approach to the aftermath of overwhelming experience, has observed that the body absorbs what the conscious mind cannot integrate. The shame passed between strangers goes into the body, into the shoulders, into the quality of breath, into the slightly contracted posture of someone who has learned to make themselves smaller in the presence of people they perceive as dangerous. The practice he recommends is not primarily cognitive, it is somatic. Not thinking your way out of the body's holding, but allowing the body to discharge gently through movement, through breath, through the simple practice of finding positions and rhythms in which the nervous system can release what it has been bracing against. Jung, working from a more explicitly psychological framework, would add, make the shame conscious, name it. Not in the sense of broadcasting it, but in the sense of saying to yourself clearly what actually happened. I was treated in a way that made me feel worthless. I was the target of someone else's unacknowledged self-contempt. The naming does not erase the sensation, but it prevents the unconscious adoption of the shame as one's own verdict. What was passed to you today was not a verdict. It was a spillover. And spillovers belong to the container they came from, not to the floor they fall on. Chapter 23. Childhood and the need for approval. It begins before memory. The need for approval, the vulnerability to the withdrawn face, the cold tone, the withheld warmth, was installed before the child had language to name it, before there was a self to observe the installation, before anything could be done differently. This is one of the more sobering findings of developmental psychology. The most fundamental structures of how we respond to social approval and disapproval are laid down in the first 2 or 3 years of existence, in a period we will never consciously remember. John Bowlby, the British psychologist who developed attachment theory at the Tavistock Clinic in London beginning in the late 1940s, proposed that the infant's primary biological need, more urgent in the short term than food, is proximity to a protective attachment figure, the face, the smell, the warmth, the responsiveness. The child whose attachment figure is reliably present and responsive develops what Bowlby called a secure attachment, an internal working model of relationships as safe, as the place where needs can be expressed and met. The child whose attachment figure is inconsistent or frightening or absent develops a different model. One in which needs are dangerous, in which the expression of need produces uncertainty rather than safety. Let your breath be slow. These models are not beliefs. They are not conscious positions that can be argued against. They are structures in the nervous system, in the body's patterns of response, in the automatic ways of relating that operate before the rational mind can intervene. They explain why knowing that approval seeking is a problem does not, by itself, resolve it. The knowledge sits in the prefrontal cortex. The pattern sits somewhere older and more fundamental. Donald Winnicott, who was working at roughly the same time as Bowlby, but from a different angle, focused on what the infant's experience of the mother's face produces in terms of the self's development. He observed that the child who is reliably met, whose spontaneous gestures, whose real states, whose genuine expressions are recognized and responded to, develops what he called a true self. A sense of being real, of having an interior that is worth inhabiting. The child who is not reliably met, whose genuine states were either ignored or responded to with the mother's own anxiety or need, develops the false self as a primary adaptation. The false self is not a moral failure. It is an act of survival intelligence, but it carries a cost that extends across the entire subsequent life. The chronic sense that the real self is not acceptable, that the person must manage their presentation in order to be loved, that love is a transaction that requires performance rather than a given that requires only presence. James Hollis, who wrote extensively about what he called the wound of the soul, the specific injury produced when the developing self is not met adequately by the world, argued that most adult suffering is the return of this wound in the form of the situations and relationships that reenact it. The person who learned that approval was conditional re-enters. Again and again, conditional relationships. The person who learned that love required performance keeps performing, not because they have not tried to stop, but because the pattern was installed before there was a self to consent to or refuse it. Breathe. The night does not require a performance. Healing, if that word is being used accurately rather than in the oversimplified sense the self-help industry prefers, is not the replacement of the pattern with its opposite. It is the slow, difficult work of building a new relationship to the old pattern, of recognizing it as a pattern rather than as reality, of developing, with great patience, some capacity to observe the childhood need for approval while not being entirely governed by it. This work takes years. In some cases, it takes decades. It cannot be rushed, and it cannot, contrary to what many therapeutic frameworks suggest, be accomplished alone. It requires exactly what was insufficient in the beginning: genuine, reliable relationship, a face that stays warm, a presence that does not withdraw. Jung believed that transformation happens in relationship not in isolation. The encounter with another human being who can genuinely see what is there, not the performance, not the persona, but the actual person, is the condition under which the false self can, very slowly, begin to relax its grip. Chapter 24. The fear of being misread. There is something worse than being judged harshly. It is being judged for something you are not. The verdict that gets the evidence wrong. The assessment that sees hostility where there was awkwardness, arrogance where there was protection, coldness where there was shyness. The misread arrives from outside and it lands with a particular quality of injustice. Because you know clearly from the inside what was actually happening. You know the intention, the state, the real content of what was being expressed. And the gap between what you know from inside and what the other person appears to have received produces a specific kind of suffering, a frustration that has no clean resolution, because you cannot make someone unsee what they have seen. Kierkegaard wrote in his 1843 work, Either or, about the fundamental impossibility of communicating the interior life to another person. He was writing about irony, the way a person can hold two contradictory positions simultaneously, and the way that doubleness becomes invisible to anyone who only reads the surface expression. But the observation extends. The interior life is always, to some degree, untranslatable. What crosses the gap between two people is always a reduced, partial, potentially distorted version of what was there to begin with. Let your shoulders drop. Heidegger, writing in Being and Time, published in 1927 from his time in Freiburg and later in Marburg, described what he called Das Mann, the they-self, the anonymous public that speaks for everyone and sees everything from the outside. The they-self assigns meaning to behavior without access to the interior. It interprets gestures by reference to social convention. It cannot know what was intended. It can only read what is legible. The fear of being misread is the fear of being reduced to what is legible at the expense of what is real, of having the complex interior flattened into the simplified exterior that the social world can process. Marie-Louise von Franz observed that the person who fears being misread most intensely is often the person whose interior life is most rich and most differentiated. The more complex the interior, the greater the gap between what is there and what can cross. The person who fears nothing about being misread may simply have a persona so tightly aligned with their inner life that the gap is minimal. But this alignment, von Franz would say, usually comes at the cost of depth. The depth is the problem and the gift simultaneously. Breathe. The night does not need to read you. You are simply here. Jung's insight, the one that becomes most useful here in the quiet of a night like this, is that the work of relationship is not the elimination of the gap, but its honest acknowledgement. The person who stops trying to be perfectly understood, who stops requiring that the other person receive exactly what was sent, who accepts the irreducible opacity between two conscious beings, this person is not giving up on connection. They are locating connection in a more accurate place. Connection does not require perfect understanding. It requires genuine intention toward understanding. The willingness to keep trying to close the gap, knowing the gap will never fully close. The willingness to be misread and to continue being present. Irvin Yalom, in his clinical memoir, Love's Executioner, written from his private practice in Palo Alto, published in 1989, described the moment in therapy when a patient stops trying to make the therapist understand them perfectly and begins instead to trust that the therapist is genuinely trying. He called this the shift from communication to connection, not perfect mutual understanding, but the felt sense of genuine attempt. The fear of being misread is real. The misreading is also real. Neither fact needs to be the final word. Chapter 25. Why sensitivity notices everything. In 1991, the American psychologist Elaine Aron began conducting research on a trait she called high sensitivity, the possession of a nervous system that processes sensory and emotional information more deeply and more thoroughly than the average. She estimated that approximately 15 to 20% of the population carries this trait, found equally distributed across genders and present in a similar percentage of over 100 other species she surveyed. It was not, in her assessment, a disorder or a pathology. It was a survival-relevant variation in information processing. Her 1996 book, The Highly Sensitive Person, brought this framework to a large audience. What she found in her research was that highly sensitive individuals process information, sensory input, emotional content, social signals, at a level of depth and thoroughness that is both a significant advantage and a significant source of difficulty. The advantage: the sensitive person notices what others miss. They register the subtle shift in someone's tone, the barely visible tension in a room, the emotional current beneath the social performance. They are, in many environments, the most accurate readers of what is actually happening. The difficulty: they also register everything they notice. The loudness of the room, the emotional weight of other people's distress, the accumulated residue of a day full of interaction. And they cannot easily put these things down. Let your body be still. Jung was deeply interested in the relationship between psychological type, particularly the feeling function, the capacity to orient by value and relational quality, and social sensitivity. He observed that the feeling type, which he distinguished carefully from emotionality or sentimentality, is the type most attuned to the human dimension of any situation. Most aware of the interpersonal weather, most affected by the social environment, and most vulnerable to the projections and judgments that inhabit that environment, because they are receiving all of it at full signal strength, without the attenuation that less sensitive nervous systems provide. The sensitive person's capacity to notice everything is frequently pathologized, diagnosed as anxiety, as introversion as problem, as overreactivity. And in certain contexts, the capacity does become a problem. When the environment is consistently hostile and the sensitive person has no way to turn down the signal, the result is chronic exhaustion and hyperactivation. But Aaron's research, and the body of work that has followed it, insists on the positive dimension of the trait. The sensitive person is not a broken version of the average person. They are a different kind of intelligence, one that processes at depth, that catches what is missed, that is able to read the room at a resolution that most people's nervous systems do not attempt. Breathe. Let each breath be complete. Bessel van der Kolk, whose work on trauma has particular relevance for highly sensitive people who have inhabited difficult environments, observes that the sensitive nervous system, when exposed to chronic threat, organizes itself around survival rather than perception. The sensitivity that is an asset in safe conditions becomes a liability when the environment is consistently unsafe. The scan that should be occasional becomes continuous. The alertness that should be intermittent becomes the baseline. The work of recovery in this framework is not the elimination of sensitivity. It is the restoration of safety, the genuine, embodied, not merely cognitive experience of a body in an environment where the threat is not constant, where the scan can rest, where the signal can be received without immediately triggering the alarm. For the sensitive person lying in the dark tonight, replaying the signals of the day, trying to decode what every slight shift in atmosphere might have meant, the deepest useful insight may simply be this: the sensitivity is not the problem. The absence of sufficient safety has been the problem. And here, in this room, with no social signal to read, the safety exists. You can put the scan down. For tonight, Chapter 26, Mental Health and Social Pressure. There is a particular exhaustion that comes not from doing too many things, but from performing too continuously, from maintaining the persona through too many hours of social exposure without adequate recovery, from carrying the social scan, the continuous assessment of where you stand, whether you are safe, whether the room is warm or cold, without ever setting it down. This exhaustion is real, and it is physiological. The social nervous system is not metaphorical. The brain systems that process social information, the default mode network, the regions specialized for reading faces and voices and social intentions, are running continuously in social environments, consuming real resources. The person who returns home after a day of intensive social performance and feels depleted in a way that sleep alone does not restore is not being dramatic. They are reporting a genuine biological reality. The work of Matthew Walker, the British neuroscientist who studies sleep at the University of California at Berkeley, has found that the social brain requires adequate sleep for its most sophisticated functions, including the nuanced reading of social cues and the regulation of social emotional responses. Sleep deprivation does not primarily affect basic cognitive tasks like calculation or simple attention. It preferentially affects the most complex social and emotional functions. The person who is chronically underslept is reading the social world with degraded equipment. Let your body be heavy. Sleep is part of this. Jung did not have access to neuroscience in the modern sense, but he did observe across decades of clinical work that the most significant social suffering, the kind that brought people to his consulting room at the Seestrasse house in Kusnacht, looking out over the lake, was almost never simply situational. It was almost always the intersection of an environmental pressure and an interior structure that made the pressure unmanageable. The environmental pressure, a social world that demands continuous performance, that penalizes authenticity, that provides conditional belonging in exchange for conformity. The interior structure, a self that has been organized around meeting that demand, that has no stable interior position from which to relate to the demand as a demand rather than as the truth. The work of depth psychology in this context is not primarily the removal of the social pressure. Social pressure is a feature of human social life that will not be eliminated by any therapeutic intervention. The work is the development of an interior, a genuine, stable, somewhat independent interior that can hold the social pressure without being entirely defined by it. Heidegger, writing in his early lectures in the 1920s at the University of Freiburg, made the distinction between what he called authentic and inauthentic existence. Inauthentic existence is the mode in which one is entirely absorbed in the they self, in what they say, what they expect. What they have decided is the appropriate way to be. Authentic existence is not the rejection of the social world. It is a different relationship to it, one in which the person owns, even briefly, even partially, the fact that they are making choices. That the social performance is not simply what is required of them, but something they are, at some level, choosing to do. Breathe. The choice to rest is yours. Mental health in the social dimension is not the absence of social sensitivity, the end of the capacity to be hurt by rejection, the achievement of complete indifference to other people's judgments. These goals, if pursued, produce not health, but a kind of defended brittleness that looks like strength and is something quite different. Mental health in the social dimension is, perhaps, more accurately described as sufficient interior stability to maintain one's own perception even under social pressure. To be able to say to oneself in the quiet, "That was their projection, not my truth. That was their shadow, not my verdict. The room was hostile for reasons that belong to them." The capacity to make this distinction reliably enough, under enough pressure, enough of the time, that is the goal. It is modest, it is real, and it takes a long time to build. Chapter 27. The persona that tries too hard. There is a particular quality of social performance that is recognizable without being easily named. The effort behind it is visible, but the effort is being deployed to conceal the effort. The warmth is slightly too warm, the confidence is slightly too complete, the ease is slightly too practiced. And in the gap between the performance and its edge, in the barely perceptible seams of the mask, something else is visible to those who are watching carefully. The persona that tries too hard is, at its root, a persona that does not trust itself. A social presentation that has not yet found the stability to be less than perfect. That believes, somewhere below the level of conscious conviction, that if it loosens its control for even a moment, what is underneath will be found unacceptable. Jung noted this pattern in many of his patients. The person who arrived at the consulting room, performing health, performing normality, performing the acceptable narrative of their own situation. The performance was not deception exactly. It was protection, the presentation of a self that could be received in advance of any evidence that reception was safe. Let your breath settle. Marion Woodman, in her work with women whose relationship to their own bodies and inner lives had been shaped by demanding perfectionist standards, observed what she called the addiction to perfection, a compulsive need for the self-presentation to meet an impossible standard, driven by the unconscious belief that anything less would mean complete inadequacy. The perfectionism was not primarily about external achievement. It was about the management of annihilation anxiety, the terror that the real self, if exposed, would be found so lacking that the person would cease to exist as a viable social being. The persona that tries too hard is exhausting to maintain. This is the most basic physiological fact about it. The sustained effort of performance is depleting in a way that ordinary behavior is not. And the exhaustion is compounded by the isolation it produces. Because the persona, precisely by being a performance, cannot make genuine contact. Contact requires something real on both sides. The perfectly maintained persona keeps other people at the exact distance required for the performance to remain intact. Winnicott, writing about the false self, observed that persons living entirely through a persona frequently describe a sense of futility, a feeling that their life is not quite real, that their relationships do not quite reach them, that they are watching themselves from a slight distance that never closes. This futility is the cost of the gap between the performance and the performer. The mask is receiving the love. The person behind it remains untouched. Breathe. You are not required to perform for the night. Edward Edinger, in his writing on ego development, described the process he called ego self-separation, the move from a state in which the ego identifies entirely with the expectations of the outer world to a state in which it has some genuine relationship to its own interior. This separation is uncomfortable. It involves the recognition that the standards one has been performing toward are not one's own, that the expectations one has been exhausting oneself to meet were never really about one's own values at all. This recognition is usually accompanied by a period of disorientation. The persona has been the organizing principle. Without its demand, what is there? The answer, and this is the beginning of the real work, is that there is the person who was there before the persona was built. The self that existed before it learned that existing required all this effort. James Hollis calls this the encounter with the depth of one's own soul. He does not mean anything mystical by this. He means the moment of genuine contact with what one actually is beneath the accumulated performance. The persona that tries too hard is the persona that has never had that encounter, or has had it briefly and been frightened back into the safety of the performance. The night allows the performance to stop. If only for now. If only until morning. Chapter 28. When silence gets interpreted. You said nothing, and it was read as contempt. Or you said nothing, and it was read as agreement, or as invitation, or as sadness, or as calm. The silence was a neutral fact, an absence of sound from a person who simply had nothing to say at that moment, and it was filled immediately by the minds of the people around you, each filling it with something different, each reading into the blank space something that was entirely their own. Silence does not read as silence. It reads as whatever the perceiver brings to it. This is one of the most underappreciated features of human social life. We are uncomfortable with uncertainty, and silence is uncertain. It has no content. It does not tell us where we stand. So the mind, the social mind, the mind that has been scanning continuously for threat and belonging, rushes in to fill it with interpretation. And the interpretation is assembled from the perceiver's own history, their current emotional state, their relationship to the person being silent, their own suppressed needs. Jung observed that the content we attribute to ambiguous situations reveals more about us than about the situations. The Rorschach test, developed by the Swiss psychiatrist Hermann Rorschach in Bern around 1917, using ink blots as the ambiguous stimulus, was based on exactly this insight. The ink blot has no meaning, but the meaning each person finds in it is biographical. It comes from inside. Let your body rest in the silence of this room. When your silence is interpreted, when someone reads meaning into your absence of speech that you did not intend, the experience is a version of the misread we discussed earlier, but with an additional quality. You were not even expressing anything. You were simply being present without sound. And something was read anyway. Something was placed in the space where you were standing. This is, from the Jungian perspective, almost entirely about the interpreter rather than about you. Their reading of your silence tells you something about what they are carrying. If they read your silence as coldness, they are probably carrying an expectation of rejection and a sensitivity to withdrawal. If they read it as anger, they may be carrying guilt about something they believe warrants your anger. If they read it as peace, they may be projecting onto you a state they are longing for themselves. The silence, in each case, is the same. The interpretations reveal the interpreters. Breathe. Silence is not always a verdict. Heidegger, in his later work, wrote about what he called authentic silence, the silence that is not merely an absence of speech, but a genuine mode of communication. The silence that says, without words, I am here, I am listening, I am present with what is. He distinguished this from the silence of evasion, the silence of withholding, the silence that is speech by other means. The distinction matters because it suggests that silence is not one thing. It is a range of possible states, and the work of honest relationship is learning to communicate which kind of silence one is in, not through breaking the silence, necessarily, but through the quality of presence that accompanies it. The mind that is doing the most suffering from social anxiety and social judgment is often a mind that cannot sit in silence comfortably, that must fill the absence with interpretation, that cannot tolerate the uncertainty of not knowing exactly where things stand, exactly how one is perceived, exactly what the other person is thinking behind the face they are showing. The practice of tolerating silence, both one's own and others, is in the Jungian framework a practice of tolerating uncertainty. And the tolerance of uncertainty is one of the marks of psychological maturity. Not indifference, tolerance. The capacity to say, I do not know what that silence means, and I can continue to function without knowing. The room is silent now. Let it be only that. Chapter 29. Loneliness in public spaces. There is a particular kind of loneliness that occurs most acutely in crowded rooms. The dinner party where everyone is talking and something in you cannot reach the conversation, cannot find the frequency, sits slightly outside the warmth and watches it through glass. The work event where people move easily from group to group and you stand for a moment uncertain of your direction, and the moment extends and no one notices. Irvin Yalom named this experience with precision. The loneliness that is most painful is not the loneliness of the empty house. It is the loneliness of people who are around but unreachable. He called it existential isolation, the aloneness that is not circumstantial but structural, the aloneness that is a feature of consciousness itself. Each person enclosed in their own subjectivity, each person unable to fully transmit what is happening inside to anyone outside. The crowded room makes this vivid, because in the empty house the isolation is expected, and its expectation is a kind of company. In the crowded room, where connection appears to be happening all around you, the isolation feels like a failure, like proof of something wrong with you specifically, like evidence that the warmth is available to everyone except you, for reasons the room has quietly agreed upon. Let your body settle. You are alone in a different way right now, and it is restful. Jung distinguished between solitude and loneliness. Solitude, as he understood it, is the state of being alone with oneself, of having genuine interior company in the form of one's own thoughts, feelings, and the contents of the deeper psyche. The person who has some real relationship to their own interior is not lonely in solitude. They are, in a specific sense, with someone. Loneliness, by contrast, is the experience of being without genuine interior company, cut off from the self as well as from others. This can happen in complete physical solitude, and it can happen most acutely, as the dinner party experience shows, in the middle of a crowd. The crowd cannot substitute for interior company. The noise of many voices cannot fill the silence of a self that has lost contact with its own depths. This is why the social remedy for loneliness, the addition of more social interaction, frequently does not work. The person who is lonely in crowds does not need more crowds. They need the kind of encounter that can genuinely reach them, which is rare and which is not guaranteed by the number of people present. Breathe. James Hollis, in the middle passage, observed that the midlife crisis, which he understood not as a crisis about age, but as the crisis of realizing that the life one has been living was not one's own, is characterized by a particular form of loneliness. The person who has organized their life around meeting external expectations suddenly discovers that the expectations have been met and the life does not feel like anything. That they have been in a room full of people for decades and have never been genuinely seen. The loneliness in public spaces is the loneliness of the person whose true self has not been present in the public space, whose persona has attended all the functions and managed all the conversations and said all the appropriate things, while the person, the actual person behind the mask, has been somewhere else, waiting for a room that might be safe enough to enter. The work of becoming less lonely is not the work of finding more populated rooms. It is the work of bringing more of oneself into the rooms one is already in, even a little, even with great difficulty. The occasional unmanaged moment, the honest rather than socially optimal response, the face that lets through a little of what is actually there. Nothing requires this of you tonight. Tonight, you are allowed to simply rest. Chapter 30. Why Others Need a Target. The scapegoat mechanism is ancient. Anthropologists have found it in cultures across time and geography in forms as varied as the actual goat sent into the wilderness carrying the ritual sins of an Israelite community described in Leviticus, and the witch trials of early modern Europe, and the more familiar forms of workplace bullying and social exclusion that populate contemporary organizational life. What all these forms share is a structural function, the expulsion of a carrier who has been designated to bear what the group cannot acknowledge about itself. Erich Neumann, who traced this mechanism across his study of the collective psyche, argued that scapegoating is not an aberration of group psychology, but one of its fundamental dynamics. The group produces a shadow, a collection of qualities, impulses, and failures that the group cannot integrate into its collective self-image, and the shadow needs somewhere to go. The scapegoat is the person, or the subgroup, who is designated by some combination of vulnerability, difference, and unfortunate timing to carry the group's shadow. Notice your breath. This is a safe space. The scapegoat is typically selected along the lines of existing social vulnerability. The person who is already slightly marginal, already slightly different, already slightly less protected by social capital. Their difference, which may be entirely benign, entirely unrelated to any of the qualities the group is projecting onto them, becomes the hook on which the projection fastens. They become the carrier of the group's unlived darkness, not because they possess it, but because the group needs somewhere to put it, and they are available. This mechanism explains something that is otherwise puzzling about the experience of being targeted in social environments. the quality of surplus intensity in the targeting. The response is always disproportionate to the stated cause. The person who is singled out for some minor failing, a mistake, a style choice, an opinion, is rarely experiencing a proportional response to that specific failing. They are experiencing the accumulated weight of the group shadow that has been assigned to them. The hostility carries more energy than the explicit grievance can explain, because most of the energy is not about the explicit grievance at all. The experience of being the target of this mechanism is profoundly disorienting, because the experience says, the problem is you. The problem is specific, identifiable, located in your particular character or behavior. And because the group's investment in this narrative is high, because the projection is serving an important psychological function for the group, the argument against it is almost impossible to make persuasively within the group itself. There is something Jung discovered about what happens in the mind after social contact of this kind, after being designated as the problem, after absorbing the group's shadow in the form of direct targeting. That discovery belongs to us soon. We are approaching it. Let your body be heavy. Hannah Arendt, writing in The Origins of Totalitarianism, a book completed in 1951. 4 years after the end of the war she had narrowly survived, described the scapegoat mechanism at its most extreme. The way that entire categories of people are designated as the carriers of a nation's shadow in conditions of social crisis. She observed that this designation is always preceded by the removal of the target from the category of full humanity, the process she called race thinking, the ideological construction that places the target outside the circle of beings to whom normal moral rules apply. This extreme is distant from the dinner party or the office, but the structural mechanism is the same: the designation of an outside, the production of a carrier, the expulsion of the shadow through the vehicle of a designated other. Knowing this does not make the experience of being targeted easier, but it does change its meaning. If you have been a target, you were not being seen clearly. You were being used. There is a significant difference. Chapter 31. The unconscious looks for flaws. The mind scanning for social threat does not scan neutrally. It scans with a bias. Evolution has given the human brain a threat detection system calibrated for scarcity, for conditions in which a single misjudgment could have lethal consequences. In those original conditions, the cost of missing a real threat was catastrophic. The cost of detecting a threat that wasn't there was merely uncomfortable. So the system is calibrated by evolutionary pressure toward false positives, toward detecting threat when no threat exists, if the alternative is the risk of missing a real one. In social terms, this means the brain naturally scans for the signs of rejection, judgment, and exclusion with more vigilance than the signs of acceptance and belonging. A cold look is registered more powerfully and retained more durably than a warm one. The casual dismissal leaves a longer trace than the equally casual compliment. The one critical comment in a performance review lingers long after the dozen positive ones have faded. This is the negativity bias, documented extensively in contemporary psychology, but running on ancient wiring. And in the social domain, it combines with the projective processes we have been tracing to produce something very specific: the mind looking for flaws in what other people appear to think of you. Let your body rest. The scan can pause. The unconscious mind, Jung argued, is not passive. It is active. It is always doing something, processing, pattern matching, associating, projecting. The content of the personal unconscious, the shadow, the unlived life, the unresolved conflicts, does not sit still in the basement. It shapes what the conscious mind notices, what it finds salient, what it assigns emotional weight to. The person who carries significant unconscious shame will scan social environments for evidence of their inadequacy, and they will find it. Not necessarily because it is there, but because their perceptual system is organized to locate it. The face that is simply neutral gets read as disapproving. The delay in response gets read as dismissal. The offhand comment gets read as a diagnosis. The projection of shame shapes the perception until the perception confirms the projection. Edward Edinger called this the vicious circle of the alienated ego, the way in which an ego that has lost its connection to the deeper self becomes increasingly dependent on external confirmation and increasingly prone to reading ambiguous social signals as threatening. The more dependent on external confirmation, the more vigilant the scan. The more vigilant the scan, the more evidence of threat it finds. The more evidence of threat, the greater the dependency on external confirmation. The circle is self-sustaining. Breathe. The breath is not scanning. It is simply moving. James Hollis wrote that the fear of abandonment, which lies behind much of the compulsive, approval-seeking, and hyper-vigilant social scanning, is always a fear about the present reality disguised as a fear about other people. The person who is terrified of being abandoned by others is always, underneath that terror, a person who is, in some sense, abandoning themselves, whose attention has been so entirely directed outward that the interior has been left unattended. The practice he recommends is not the suppression of the outward scan. The scan does not respond to suppression, it responds to the development of an alternative source of information, the interior. The gradual, patient building of enough relationship with one's own actual states, one's own genuine feelings, needs, values, perceptions, that the external scan is supplemented by something more reliable. When the interior is inhabited, the exterior becomes somewhat less urgent. Not unimportant, but not the only available source of information about whether you are real, whether you are adequate, whether you are safe enough to continue existing. The unconscious looks for flaws because it has been organized by history to do so. That organization is not permanent. It is not destiny. It is a pattern. And patterns, slowly, with great patience, can be relearned. Chapter 32, Judgment as self-defense. Here is a mechanism that is worth sitting with carefully, because it runs in the direction one does not expect. When we think about judgment, about the harsh assessment of others, the critical eye, the withering summary of someone's character or behavior, we typically think of it as an outward movement, an expression directed from the inside toward the outside world. And it is that. But it is also simultaneously a defensive movement, a protection of the interior from something it cannot face directly. The judgment of others keeps the attention on others. And attention focused on others is attention not focused on oneself. This is not a small thing. The interior life of most adults contains material they would prefer not to examine too closely. Old wounds, unresolved failures, capacities that have never been developed, choices made under conditions of fear or ignorance that cannot be unmade. The ordinary, difficult content of a life that has been lived in earnest and has still produced regret. The simplest way to avoid that interior content is to keep the attention fully occupied with the exterior. Other people provide a nearly inexhaustible supply of failing to evaluate. And evaluation, the forming of judgments, the assigning of grades, is a very satisfying activity for the mind. It produces a sense of agency, a sense of clarity, a sense of standing somewhere definite, which is the exact feeling that the uncertain interior cannot provide. Let your jaw soften. Jung identified this mechanism as one of the primary functions of projection in neurotic suffering. He observed that the patient who spent most of the session describing the failings of the people in their life was consistently a patient who was most unable to access their own interior experience. The attention was fully deployed outward. The interior was not only unexplored, but actively defended against. The defense, once named, becomes somewhat more permeable, not because naming dissolves the defense. Defenses are not that fragile, but because the naming creates a tiny gap between the person and the mechanism. A small space in which the question can be asked, what would I be feeling if I were not looking at them? Marcus Aurelius made a version of this observation in Meditations, writing to himself at night in his military tent along the Danube. He noticed that when he was most irritated by those around him, most invested in the assessment of their flaws, he was almost always at his most personally unsettled. The outward irritation corresponded to an inward disturbance. The judgment of others was the management of something he could not yet name. Breathe. The question does not need to be answered now. Nietzsche, in Beyond Good and Evil, published in 1886, a year in which he was living in rented rooms in Nice and Sils Maria, and was in significant physical pain from the ailments that had accompanied him throughout his adult life, described what he called the will to power as fundamentally creative. The will that turns against others rather than toward the development of the self is, in his framework, a degraded form of the same energy. The judgment of others as a substitute for the work of becoming. He was being characteristically harsh in the way he was always characteristically harsh. But the observation holds. The energy invested in the criticism of others is energy not invested in the development of oneself. The two activities compete for the same resource. This is not an argument against ever making judgments. Judgments are necessary. Discernment is necessary. The capacity to evaluate what is harmful and what is good, what serves life and what diminishes it, this is not pathological, it is required. The pathology is in the excess. The investment in judgment as a primary activity, the sourcing of self-worth from the assessment of others' failures, the management of one's own unexamined interior through the relentless examination of everyone else's. Chapter 33. Overthinking after human contact. Now we can name the thing that was left open in Chapter 3. Jung discovered something specific about what happens in the mind after social contact. Not during the encounter. During the encounter, the social resources are engaged, the persona is operating, the attention is deployed outward toward the other person, and the management of the interaction. The discovery is about what happens after. In the car, on the way home, in the elevator, in the hour before sleep. What he found through his own introspective practice and through decades of listening to patients describe their inner lives is that the social encounter does not end when the physical encounter ends. It continues in the interior. The mind replays it, edits it, runs alternate versions, imagines what was being thought behind the face of the other person, constructs the verdict. And the verdict is almost never neutral. It is almost never the verdict of someone who genuinely does not know and can tolerate not knowing. It is almost always, in the overthinking person, a version of the worst-case interpretation, the one that confirms the oldest fear about the self. This is not random. This is the shadow operating through the social replay. Let your body be heavy. Let the replaying stop just for now. The encounter is over. The words have been said. The looks have passed between people and landed and been registered. Nothing about replaying the encounter changes any of that. The replay serves a function, but the function is not primarily informational. The replay is not searching for the truth of what happened. It is searching for evidence. Evidence for a verdict that was delivered long before this particular social encounter occurred. The verdict: you are not quite enough. You were too much or too little. You said the wrong thing. You were read as what you feared being read as. Your need showed through the mask. Your inadequacy was visible. Ethan Kross, in his research on rumination and self-talk, found that the replay loop, what he called the chatter, is activated most powerfully by situations that trigger self-worth concerns. The encounter that raises the question of whether you are adequate, whether you belong, whether you were seen and found wanting, this encounter generates more replay than the encounter that was simply difficult or unpleasant. The replay is the mind trying to process an experience that has activated something pre-existing and unresolved. The processing is not working because the issue is not in this encounter. The issue is in the structure of self-worth that the encounter touched, and that structure cannot be resolved by replaying the encounter. It can only be resolved by examining the structure itself. Breathe. The replay is not required. Bessel van der Kolk made the observation that rumination, the sustained looping of cognitive content around a distressing experience, is closely associated with a nervous system that cannot discharge. The body is holding something it could not release in the moment of the experience. The replay is one of the ways the mind attempts to find release, by reapproaching the experience again and again, looking for the moment of resolution that the first time did not provide. The resolution is not in the replay. The resolution is in the body, in the slow, deliberate return of the nervous system to a state of relative safety. In the breath that becomes gradually slower and more complete. In the gradual release of the muscular holding that the experience produced. In exactly what is available right now, the dark, the stillness, the warmth of a body at rest. The overthinking after human contact is not a character flaw. It is a nervous system looking for what it needs and not finding it in the right place. What it needs is safety, not answers about the encounter. Safety. You are safe enough here, now. Let the replay stop. Chapter 34. The Wound of Not Belonging. There are people for whom the experience of not belonging has been so consistent and so early that it has become the structure of the self rather than a circumstance of the self. For whom the sense of being slightly outside, slightly too different, slightly too much or not enough, slightly off the frequency that others seem to share, is not an occasional experience, but the permanent backdrop against which all social encounters occur. This is not simply introversion. It is not simply shyness. It is a wound, a genuine psychological wound, produced by real experiences of exclusion, misrecognition, or inadequate welcome that accumulated over time into a conviction about the self's fundamental unsuitability for belonging. Winnicott would locate the origin of this wound in the early relational environment, in the deficit of the basic experience of being genuinely received, of a face that showed reliably that you were welcome exactly as you were. When that experience is insufficient, the developing self does not learn that it fits. It learns that it must continuously prove that it fits. And the proof is never quite complete because the doubt about belonging is structural rather than evidential. Evidence for belonging is registered briefly. Evidence against belonging is registered permanently. Let your body be still. You belong to this bed, to this dark, to this rest. James Hollis wrote that the wound of not belonging is, in most cases, ultimately a wound about not belonging to oneself. The person who has spent decades trying to prove they belong in various social groups has, in many cases, not yet attempted the more fundamental belonging, the belonging to their own actual nature, the inhabiting of their own genuine interior, the recognition that the self that exists is worth inhabiting regardless of whether it matches the expectations of the groups around it. This is not a quick resolution. It is a direction rather than a destination. But the direction matters. Jung's case studies and his autobiography, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, dictated to his colleague Aniela Jaffe beginning in 1957, when he was 82 years old and had had time to see his life whole, are full of the wound of not belonging. As a child in Keswell and later in Basel, he described himself as profoundly isolated, unable to participate in the ordinary social life of his peers in a way that felt real. He had two personalities, he said, one who could navigate the social world reasonably, and a second, deeper one, who felt it belonged to another century, another order of things. He did not resolve this wound. He lived with it and from it. The particular quality of his psychology, its depth, its insistence on the interior as primary, its refusal to reduce the human being to its social performance, came directly from the wound. The outsider status that was painful was also the condition of the seeing. Breathe. The wound and the gift are often the same place. This is not a comfortable thing to say to someone who is hurting from not belonging. The pain is real. The exclusion is real. The cost of being outside is real and significant. The observation that the wound may also be a gift is not a request to stop feeling the pain. It is an observation about where the interior resources sometimes come from, about the relationship, in many lives, between the most painful experience and the capacity it has produced. Dostoevsky, standing before the firing squad in St. Petersburg in December 1849, at the age of 28, sentenced to death for his involvement with a liberal reading group the Tsar's government had decided was seditious. In the moment before the rifles were lowered, when a last-minute commutation arrived from the Tsar, later wrote that he understood in those seconds what he had never understood before: the absolute preciousness of existence, the belonging to life itself, the most basic belonging, which can only be truly felt when it is nearly gone. He did not go on to be a man without wounds. His wounds were enormous, and they marked everything he wrote. But they also gave the brothers Karamazov its depth. The wound of not belonging to the ordinary world gave him access to what the ordinary world cannot easily see. Chapter 35. Why Success Attracts Resentment. There is a particular coldness that can arrive from people who previously seemed warm in the wake of visible success. A withdrawal of the easy warmth that existed when you and they were more or less similarly positioned. A slight correction in their temperature, barely measurable but unmistakable, that arrives when something has changed in your circumstances and not in theirs. This withdrawal is real, it is not imagined, and it has a structural explanation in depth psychology that does not require the people involved to be bad people. Jung described envy as a form of projection of unlived potential. The person who envies your success is frequently a person who possesses, or believes they possess, similar capacities that have not yet found expression. Their reaction to your success is not simply resentment of you, it is the resentment of the gap between their potential and their lived life, which your success has made suddenly painfully visible. The mechanism is identical to the projection mechanism we have traced all evening. The quality they find unbearable in you, your achievement, your recognition, your visible stepping forward into the life they believe they could also be living, is activating something in their own interior. The resentment is the surface expression of a deeper frustration with themselves that they cannot yet articulate or own. Let the body be still. This does not make the coldness easier to receive. When the withdrawal happens, when the friend who was warm last year is less warm this year, and the change corresponds clearly to the change in your circumstances, the experience is real and the wound is real. The social world has confirmed that its warmth is conditional. That belonging is available as long as one does not rise too visibly above the group's average position. Nietzsche, who spent most of his adult life chronically ill and economically marginal, had considerable experience of this dynamic. He was relatively unknown during his productive years and became famous primarily after his mental collapse in 1889. He wrote with particular sharpness about what he called resentment, a term he borrowed from French, meaning the accumulated resentment of those who feel powerless in relation to what others seem to possess. His analysis was sometimes uncharitable, but the mechanism he was describing was accurate. The person whose own aspirations are blocked tends to experience the success of others as a personal accusation. Breathe. This is not a verdict on your worth. The useful reframe, and it is genuinely useful, not simply comforting, is the one James Hillman offered. The response to your success is data about the people producing it, not about you. The resentment tells you something about their relationship to their own unlived life. The coldness tells you something about where they are caught, what they have not yet been able to do, what the sight of you doing it costs them. You cannot carry that cost for them, and you are not responsible for managing your life in a way that produces less discomfort in them. The management of their resentment is work that only they can do, by eventually finding a relationship to their own unlived potential that does not require your diminishment to make it bearable. Jung, writing to a student in one of his later letters, observed that the person who has individuated, who has done the real work of becoming more fully themselves, almost always attracts some measure of hostility from those who have not. Not because the individuated person is superior, but because their existence poses a question that the others have been avoiding. The question, what would it mean to actually live? The success that attracts resentment is not the success of achievement. It is the success of becoming. The growing visibility of a person who has become, over time, more genuinely themselves. Chapter 36. The crowd fears the individual. The crowd does not fear the person who is exceptional by the crowd's own standards, the person who is richer, more powerful, more conventionally successful. The crowd admires that person. The crowd wants to be near that person. That person's success is the dream the crowd dreams for itself. The crowd fears the person who is exceptional in a different way, the person who does not need the crowd's approval, who can stand inside or outside the group with equal equanimity. Who has found a source of meaning and value that is not primarily social? Who is, in the precise Jungian sense, individuated? This person is threatening not because they are aggressive or powerful in any conventional sense. They may be quiet, gentle, unassuming. They are threatening because they demonstrate by their existence that the social approval the crowd has organized its life around is optional, that there is another way, that the belonging the crowd is desperate to maintain is not the only available form of inner security. Let your breath be easy. Jung was explicit about this in his seminars. He described the individuated person as a burden to their immediate social environment in ways that have nothing to do with bad behavior. The burden is entirely a function of the psychological effect of their presence. The crowd senses in the individuated person the question that cannot be answered comfortably. Am I living? Or am I performing living? The person who is actually living, who has found some genuine contact with their own nature, who is following, however imperfectly, the call of what is actually theirs rather than the accumulated expectations of others, produces this question in the people around them simply by being present. Not because they intend to, not because they say anything, but because authenticity, when encountered, creates a contrast with performance that the performing self cannot ignore. James Hollis described this dynamic in the context of the marital relationship, the most intimate of social environments. The partner who begins to individuate, who begins to make choices that come from their genuine interior rather than from the obligation structure of the relationship, is frequently experienced by the other partner as threatening, as having changed in ways that feel like a betrayal. Not because anything has been taken away, but because the growing authenticity of one person highlights the inauthenticity that the relationship has been organized around. Breathe. The threat is never yours to carry. The crowd that fears the individual is the crowd that recognizes below the level of conscious awareness that the individual's freedom is possible for them too, and has decided not to pursue it. The resentment is the resentment of the road not taken, made vivid by someone who is taking it. Kierkegaard, who spent his adult life in Copenhagen, both embedded in and outside of the intellectual and social circles of his time, wrote with great precision about the anxiety produced by the recognition of one's own freedom. He was describing the individual's internal experience, but the mechanism operates at the social level too. When the crowd sees someone exercising the freedom it has suppressed, the crowd does not become inspired, it becomes anxious. And anxiety, as Kierkegaard knew better than almost anyone, tends to generate one of two responses: the leap into genuine choice, or the retreat into what he called the aesthetic, the comfortable, non-committal surface. The crowd chooses the aesthetic. The individual, having leaped, is no longer entirely safe in the crowd. This is the cost. It is real. It is not small. And it is also, for many people, considerably less than the cost of remaining in the crowd at the price of oneself. Chapter 37. Projection and false certainty. One of the most reliable features of projection is the certainty with which it is held. The person who is projecting does not say, "I have a feeling, possibly distorted by my own history, that this person may be hostile to me." They say, "This person is hostile to me." Not a hypothesis, a fact, delivered to themselves with the confidence of someone who has directly observed something, rather than someone who has constructed an interpretation from partial data through the lens of their own psychology. This certainty is not the certainty of seeing, it is the certainty of the unconscious process that has already decided. The unconscious does not proceed through hypothesis and revision. It sorts, assigns, and presents its conclusions as perception. The ego receives the unconscious output as an objective report on the external world. This is why the experience of having your projection withdrawn, of suddenly recognizing that what you were seeing was your own shadow wearing someone else's face, is so disorienting. It is not simply the correction of an error in reasoning, it is a structural shift in how the world appears. The person who seemed clearly hostile is suddenly ambiguous again. The clear verdict is suddenly uncertain. The comfortable solidity of the projected world is suddenly revealed as a construction. Let your body rest. Marie-Louise von Franz described the withdrawal of projection as one of the most psychologically significant events possible in ordinary life. She observed that it produces, initially, a sense of confusion and sometimes of grief. The projected world is easier to navigate than the real one. In the projected world, motivations are clear, verdicts are obvious, and one knows exactly where one stands in relation to everyone else. When the projection is withdrawn, the world becomes more complex, more uncertain, more genuinely other. This is the more accurate world. But accuracy is not always comfortable. Erich Neumann, in his analysis of the ego's development, described the move from projection-dominated perception to increasingly differentiated perception as the central task of psychological maturity. The young ego, he argued, is essentially projecting most of the time, is not yet capable of clearly distinguishing between what is interior and what is exterior, between what is being seen and what is being put there. Psychological maturity involves the gradual, never fully complete development of this distinction. Jung called the end point of this process the state in which one has withdrawn a significant portion of one's projections and made them conscious, a relative objectivity. Not an absolute objectivity, which is not available to any human being, but a relative one. A state in which the inner world and the outer world are somewhat more clearly distinguished than they were before. Breathe. The world is more uncertain and more real than the projected version. The false certainty of projection is not simply a cognitive error. It serves emotional functions. It provides safety. When you are certain what someone thinks of you, you can prepare a response. Uncertainty requires tolerating, not knowing. It requires a relationship to openness that many psychologies, shaped by early experiences of unpredictability, cannot easily sustain. It also provides a form of connection. Even the certainty that someone is hostile to you is a form of knowing them, a form of having them located and their intentions mapped. The ambiguous other, the person who might be warm or might be cold, who cannot be decisively known, is, paradoxically, more threatening to the projecting mind than the projected as hostile person, because the hostile person is at least known. This is the logic of the enemy as a psychological structure. The known adversary is more comfortable than the unknown ambiguous human being. The projection of hostility, even when it distorts reality, provides a kind of clarity that the projecting mind cannot find in any other way. Knowing this is the beginning of loosening it. Chapter 38. What triggers reveal about them? Now the third open thread can be named. Jung found that every act of judgment contains a hidden confession. The person doing the judging is always revealing something about themselves. The specific content of the revelation was left open earlier in tonight. Now it can be precise. What the trigger reveals about the person experiencing it is this: the outline of their shadow, the precise shape of what they cannot accept in themselves, the exact qualities they have been required to suppress, to deny, to place outside of the self in order to maintain the persona they have constructed. The trigger is the contact point between the outer world and the inner one. When a quality in another person triggers a reaction that exceeds what the situation warrants, when a casual remark produces disproportionate hurt, when a mild behavior produces intense irritation, when someone's ease produces something that feels like offense, the excess is information. It is pointing somewhere, not at the triggering person, at the interior of the person triggered. Let your body be completely at rest. This is the most practically useful application of the Jungian shadow concept. Not as a theoretical observation about the structure of the psyche, as a diagnostic tool. When something triggers you, really triggers you, with an intensity that cannot be entirely explained by the external event, the question to ask is not, what is wrong with them for doing that? The question is, what in me is that touching? The answer is almost always in the vicinity of the shadow. The quality in them that you find unbearable is a quality you suppressed. The behavior of theirs that you cannot tolerate is a behavior you have never allowed yourself. The freedom they seem to have, the freedom to be angry or soft or loud or uncertain or needful or ambitious, is a freedom you gave up somewhere along the way. And the sight of it being exercised without apparent consequence produces in you a reaction that has the emotional signature of injustice. Because from a certain angle, it is an injustice. You paid a price, the price of suppression that they apparently did not. They get to have what you decided you could not afford. Marie-Louise von Franz was particularly insistent that the trigger should be honored rather than dismissed. Not in the sense of being acted on, the reaction it produces is often one that should not be acted on, but in the sense of being taken seriously as information, of sitting with it, turning it over, asking, what is this pointing at? What did I put in the basement? What am I recognizing in them that I lost in myself? Breathe. The trigger is not the wound. The trigger is the map to the wound. Edinger, in his clinical writing, described cases in which the work of shadow integration began precisely at the point of a strong, triggered response. The patient who was furious at someone's recklessness began to examine their own compulsive responsibility. The patient who could not tolerate someone's neediness began to examine their own buried need. The patient who was contemptuous of someone's ambition began to examine the ambition they had decided was dangerous. None of this is quick work. It does not happen in a night. But the direction is clear. The trigger is the entrance. The thing you cannot tolerate in them is the door to what you cannot yet acknowledge in yourself. And what you find when you go through that door honestly is almost never the evil you feared was there. It is usually something ordinary, a quality, an impulse, a need, something that is simply part of being human, that got classified as unacceptable by the conditions of your early life and is simply waiting with considerable patience to be reclaimed. Chapter 39. The Cost of Performing Acceptance. There is a form of emotional labor that does not have a name in ordinary conversation, but is performed constantly by most adults in most social environments. It is the labor of performing the acceptance of social situations that one does not actually accept, of managing the face and the body and the voice to present a version of oneself that is agreeable, appropriate, and untroubling, of containing what is actually there, the frustration, the sadness, the ambivalence, the boredom, the gentle, continuous grief of being less fully known than one would like, and replacing it with the social face that the situation requires. This labor is real. It has a physiological cost. The research on what has been called emotional labor, work originally described by the sociologist Arlie Hochschild in her 1983 study of flight attendants and other service workers who were required to manage their emotional displays as part of their jobs, demonstrates that the continuous management of one's felt emotions in order to produce a required emotional display is exhausting in measurable ways. It depletes cognitive resources, it contributes to what is called emotional exhaustion, a central component of burnout. Let your face be completely still. And yet most adults perform this labor so continuously that they have largely stopped noticing the performance. The management of the inner life in order to present the outer face has become automatic. The persona has been so thoroughly internalized that the performance no longer requires the deliberate effort it once did. It simply happens. And its cost is absorbed into what is called tiredness or stress, or a vague dissatisfaction that cannot easily be named. Marion Woodman observed that this continuous performance has a particular effect on the relationship to one's own body. The body is the location of the authentic interior response. It is where the frustration lives, where the grief is stored, where the genuine reaction to the day's events first registers. When the interior response is consistently suppressed and replaced with the socially appropriate version, the body becomes estranged from consciousness. The felt sense of one's own inner life becomes dim, intermittent, hard to access. The person loses the ability to reliably read what they themselves are experiencing. This estrangement is significant because the interior life, the genuine emotional content of experience, including its more difficult registers, is one of the primary sources of self-knowledge. When it is consistently overridden by the performance demands of the persona, the person does not simply become tired, they become, in a specific way, unknown to themselves. Breathe. The performance is suspended for tonight. Nothing is required. Viktor Frankl, writing from his post-war practice in Vienna, identified the loss of contact with one's own interior life as one of the primary conditions from which existential suffering grows. The person who does not know what they genuinely want, genuinely feel, genuinely value, because the interior has been managed and performed for so long that it has become inaccessible, cannot locate the kind of meaning that sustains life through its difficulties. They may be functionally successful, they may present all the markers of wellness and competence, and they may feel, underneath all of it, profoundly empty, as though the life they are living is happening to someone else. Jung called this condition a life lived in the second person, a life organized around what others require rather than what one actually is. The cost of it, accumulated over years, is what brings many people to the consulting room. Not crisis, not breakdown, but a quiet, insistent sense that something essential has been lost or was never found, and that the performance, however polished, is not the same as living. Stopping the performance, even temporarily, even just here in the dark, is the beginning of something. Of what exactly varies. But it begins with allowing the actual interior to exist, without management, without performance, for at least this small pocket of time. Chapter 40. Self-worth beyond social approval. Now the second open thread can be named completely. The judgment you fear most is rarely the one others are actually making. The more precise account of this, the judgment you fear most is the one you are already making about yourself. What the social environment provides is not the verdict. It provides the occasion for the verdict to be delivered by the internal judge who has been waiting for the appropriate evidence. The cold look across the room is not the sentence. It is the signal to the internal judge that its services are required. And the internal judge delivers with speed and certainty a verdict that was written long before this particular social encounter occurred. The verdict says, "You are not enough. Too much or too little. Wrong in some fundamental way. Not quite the right kind of person." This verdict does not come from other people. It was installed by history, by the specific combination of experiences, early relationships, and social environments that shaped the sense of self. Other people's judgments can activate it. They can make it louder, they can feel as though they are the source of it. But they are not the source, they are the trigger. The source is interior. Let your body be still and heavy. This is simultaneously the most sobering and the most liberating understanding that depth psychology offers about social judgment. Sobering because it means the problem is not primarily located in other people and cannot be resolved by managing other people's opinions. Liberating because it means the healing is possible without the cooperation of the social world. The healing is an interior project. James Hollis described this shift from seeking the self's validation in the outer world to seeking it in relationship with one's own genuine nature as the central psychological task of the second half of N's life. He was using the Jungian notion of the life course, in which the first half is organized around the social project of establishing oneself in the world, and the second half is an invitation to the deeper project of becoming genuinely oneself. The invitation is often experienced as a loss rather than an opening. The self-worth that was organized around social approval feels, when it begins to shift, like groundlessness. The person does not immediately feel the stability of the interior source. They first feel the loss of the exterior one. There is a period of being neither here nor there, neither sustained by the social mirror nor yet sustained by the interior one, that is genuinely difficult. Breathe. You are moving through something real. Jung, at the age of 38, in the period following his break with Freud, when he was experiencing the interior destabilization that he later described as his confrontation with the unconscious, recorded in his private journals something that sounds like exactly this moment of groundlessness. He did not know whether what was happening to him was breakdown or breakthrough. He did not know whether the voices he was hearing were pathology or something else. He had lost the external support of the most important professional relationship of his life. And he had not yet found the interior stability that his subsequent work would be built from. He stayed with it. He did not flee into activity, or into the consolations of social belonging, or into the intellectual frameworks that might have made the experience more manageable, but also less real. He stayed in the groundlessness, and he listened to what was there. And what was there, he eventually found, was not disintegration. It was the deeper self that had been covered over by the persona of the successful young protégé, the brilliant interpreter of Freud. The self-worth beyond social approval is not the absence of care about what others think. It is not indifference. It is the presence of something else, something that does not rise and fall with the social tide, something that is recognizable as one's own, that belongs to you rather than to the reflection you are trying to maintain in other people's eyes. It takes time to find. It takes honesty. It takes the willingness to stay with the groundlessness. But it is there. It has always been there, beneath the performance. Chapter 41. Emotional Healing from Misjudgment. You were seen wrongly. That is a simple statement, and it deserves to be said plainly. At some point, perhaps many times, perhaps recently, perhaps in ways that have shaped years of your life, you were assessed inaccurately by a person or a group whose assessment carried weight. You were read through the lens of their projection, their shadow, their unresolved history, their particular limitation of perception, and the verdict they reached said something about you that was not true. That did not describe what was actually there. The experience of misjudgment is one of the most specific forms of social pain. It contains within it a particular injustice. The truth is on your side, and yet the truth is not accessible to the judge. You know what was actually happening in your interior. The judge does not and cannot, and the verdict, once delivered, tends to persist, to be repeated, to shape subsequent interactions. Sometimes to be remembered long after the person who delivered it has forgotten they did so. Let your body rest in the simple fact of being here. The work of healing from misjudgment is not primarily the work of correcting the record. In many cases, the record cannot be corrected. The person is unavailable or unchanged, or the situation is long past, or the correction would require a kind of vulnerability that is not appropriate given the relationship. The work of healing is not external. It is internal. It begins with naming what happened clearly. Not as a rehearsal of grievance. The rehearsal of grievance recycles the pain rather than processing it, but as an honest accounting. What actually happened? What was said or done? What the misjudgment was? What it cost you? Who delivered it? And what, in the Jungian reading, they were probably carrying that shaped the verdict. Thich Nhat Hanh wrote, in his teaching on forgiveness, that understanding is the beginning of release. Not understanding in the sense of agreeing with what was done, in the sense of seeing the causes and conditions that produced it. The person who misjudged you was a person carrying something, their own shadow, their own history, their own unexamined projection. The misjudgment was the product of their psychology making contact with yours, not an accurate reading of what was there. Breathe. The misjudgment is not the last word. Bessel van der Kolk, in his clinical work with people who had been subjected to sustained social or familial misjudgment, observed that healing frequently requires something beyond cognitive reframing. The nervous system that has absorbed years of being told it is wrong, inadequate, or unsafe does not release the holding through the correct thought. It releases through the experience of safety and genuine recognition in real relationship. The corrective experience, the encounter with a person or a community that sees more accurately, that receives what is actually there rather than the projected version, is the primary healing mechanism. Not the understanding of what happened cognitively, though the understanding is also valuable, but the felt experience in the body of being seen without the distortion. Jung believed that healing happens in relationship, that the encounter that wounds is the form of wound, and only an encounter of sufficient realness can provide the correction. This is why, for those who have been most profoundly misjudged, recovery from the misjudgment is not a private achievement. It is a relational one. It requires the finding of the genuine witnesses. These witnesses exist. They may not be the people who were present for the original misjudgment. They may be discovered much later in unexpected forms, but they exist. And their capacity to see accurately, to look at what is actually there without the static of projection, without the distortion of their own unexamined shadow, is the corrective that the misjudged person's nervous system is looking for. Rest now. The room is quiet. The misjudgment belongs to the past. This moment belongs to you. Chapter 42. Why the Psyche Seeks Enemies. It is an uncomfortable thing to sit with, but the psyche does not only want peace, it wants something else too, something that operates alongside the genuine desire for harmony and connection. It wants an enemy. Not in the conscious sense, not deliberately, but in the same way that it wants recognition and belonging. There is a place in the psyche that finds the enemy useful, that organizes itself around the adversarial relationship, that feels in the presence of the enemy something that is almost, and this is the uncomfortable part, almost like aliveness. Jung understood this at the level of the collective psyche and at the individual level both. He observed that the enemy serves a psychological function that is deeply difficult to give up. The enemy is the container of the shadow. The enemy is the person or group onto whom the parts of the self that cannot be integrated have been projected. The enemy is where the shadow lives when it cannot live inside. This gives the enemy a peculiar value to the psyche. The enemy is not simply a problem. The enemy is a solution to a different problem. The problem of what to do with what is unacceptable in oneself. Project it out there. Make it the enemy's property. Feel the relief of not having to own it. Let your breath be slow. The political dimension of this observation was Neumann's territory, the way that nations, religions, and ideologies organize themselves around the enemy as a psychological function, and what happens to the group when the enemy is removed. He observed that groups frequently need the enemy so badly that when a real enemy disappears, they will construct a new one. The psychological economy of the group requires the enemy. The shadow needs a location. At the individual level, the mechanism is subtler. The person who has a chronic adversarial relationship with a specific individual in their life, the colleague who is always wrong, the neighbor who is always inconsiderate, the family member who is always the source of the problem, is almost certainly in a projective relationship with that person. Not necessarily in the sense that the other person has no actual flaws. They may have significant flaws, but in the sense that the energy invested in the adversarial relationship is carrying more than the explicit content warrants. The enemy is the shadow given a face and an address. James Hollis, in his clinical writing, observed that the ending of a chronic adversarial relationship through the other person's departure or death, or some other form of resolution, can produce a depression in the person who held the enemy position. The depression is the return of the shadow, suddenly without its container. The anger, the contempt, the sense of moral superiority that the enemy was sustaining, all of it comes home without a place to live. Breathe. What comes home can be held. It need not remain outside. The work of withdrawing the enemy projection is some of the most difficult shadow work possible. Because the enemy projection has moral force, the other person often does have real flaws, and The moral argument for maintaining the adversarial position is therefore not entirely wrong. The Jungian insight is not that the enemy has no faults. It is that your emotional investment in those faults is carrying something beyond what is proportionate. And the question that investment is deflecting is always some version of, what would I have to face in myself if I gave this up? The answer to that question, faced honestly, is the beginning of a different kind of freedom. Chapter 43. The Shadow of Comparison. The comparing mind never rests. It is doing its work right now, probably. Somewhere in the background, below the level of this conversation, there is a running assessment of where you stand, relative to where you were last year, relative to what you had hoped to be by now, relative to the people around you who seem to be doing the things you imagined doing, living the life you imagined inhabiting. Csikszentmihalyi, the Hungarian-American psychologist who spent his career at the University of Chicago and later at Claremont Graduate University, studying what produces genuine human happiness, found in his research that comparison is one of the most reliable sources of unhappiness available, not because the things being compared are illusory, but because the comparison mode, by its structure, always produces a deficit. There is always someone who appears to have more, to have achieved more, to have become more. The comparing mind is structurally incapable of finding the end of the comparison. It is always generating a new reference point. Let your body be heavy with rest. Jung would locate the shadow dimension of comparison in the specific quality of what is being compared. We do not compare ourselves to others randomly. We compare ourselves to others who appear to possess what we have suppressed in ourselves. The comparison is not an objective assessment of merit. It is a projection of the unlived life onto the person who appears to be living it. The colleague who appears more effortlessly successful than you touches not merely your ambition, but the specific configuration of your suppressed ambition, the way it was qualified, limited, redirected, made modest by whatever conditions produced the modesty. The friend who appears more naturally connected touches not merely your longing for connection, but the specific shape of your suppressed capacity for connection, the way it was discouraged or made dangerous in your particular history. This is why the comparison always hurts in the same place, not in different places, depending on different people in the same place. Because the comparison is not tracking different qualities in different people. It is tracking the same shadow quality across multiple surfaces. Breathe. The comparison does not have to be the final measure. The antidote, if that word can be used carefully, is not the suppression of comparison. The comparing mind does not respond to being told to stop. It responds to being given something else to do. And what Jung would offer it is this. Instead of comparing what you are to what they appear to be, compare what you are now to what you were. The only comparison that has genuine meaning is the comparison of oneself to one's own earlier self. The question of whether you are more yourself this year than last, more honest, more genuine, more in contact with what you actually are. This is not a comforting comparison in the way that winning a social comparison is comforting. It is a more demanding comparison. But it is the only one that tracks anything real about a life. Marcus Aurelius, writing to himself at night, returned again and again to the same question: am I performing my function? Not better than others, not according to the standards others have set, but according to the nature that is mine. The question was always interior. The comparison was always with his own ideal, rather than with anyone external. The shadow of comparison lifts not through the achievement of enough social wins to silence the comparing mind, but through the slow, patient development of a standard for the self that is genuinely one's own. Chapter 44, Becoming Less Disturbed by Opinion. The goal is not to stop caring what others think. This is often stated as a goal in the vocabulary of self-help, and it is not what is actually possible, or, on examination, what is actually desirable. The human being who genuinely does not care about others' perceptions is not a person of unusual psychological health. They are a person whose social attunement has broken down. Empathy, the capacity to register what others are experiencing, is not separable from the capacity to be affected by others' perceptions. They use the same equipment. The more accurate formulation is becoming less disturbed by opinion. Not indifferent, less disturbed. Developing enough interior stability that the social weather can move through without dismantling the structure. That a cold look can register as a cold look without becoming a verdict. That a criticism can be heard without immediately collapsing into either defensive counterattack or total agreement. Thich Nhat Hanh wrote in his teaching on what he called interbeing, the interconnected nature of all phenomena, the way that nothing exists in isolation from everything else, that the capacity to be unmoved by the waves requires not the absence of feeling, but the presence of the ground. The waves move over you. You feel them, but you do not lose the ground beneath you. The ground is what you have developed, what you have come to know as reliably yours, what is sufficiently interior to be available regardless of the social weather. Let your body be the ground tonight. Jung's name for this ground was the self, the organizing center of the psyche that is deeper than the ego, that exists below the level of the persona, that is not constructed by social experience but is, in some sense, prior to it. The development of a conscious relationship to the self is the work of individuation, and one of its practical consequences is exactly what Thich Nhat Hanh describes: the capacity to feel the waves without losing the ground. This is not a state that is achieved once and maintained effortlessly. It is not a permanent achievement. It is a practice, a daily return, a choice made repeatedly to locate one's orientation in the interior rather than in the social mirror. Breathe. The ground is always available, even now. Marcus Aurelius, ruling the most powerful empire in the world, and therefore subject to an extraordinary quantity of social opinion, flattery, condemnation, political judgment, personal loyalty and personal betrayal, wrote to himself each morning as a practice of return. The practice was not to produce indifference to the social world. He was intensely engaged with it. The practice was to locate the engagement from somewhere stable rather than from the anxious dependency of a self that had no interior ground. "You could leave life right now," he wrote in Meditations Book 2. "Let that determine what you do and say and think." This is not morbidity. It is perspective. The momentary nature of any human encounter in the context of the brevity of life changes the weight of other people's opinions, not to zero, but to something more proportionate. The person who has genuinely faced the fact of their own mortality, not as a concept, but as a felt reality in the body, frequently experiences exactly this shift. The opinions of others become somewhat smaller relative to the question of whether one is living what is genuinely one's own life. Irvin Yalom observed from his work with dying patients that this shift in proportion often brings a relief that nothing else had produced. The relief of finally caring most about the things that actually matter, and releasing with some degree of grace the enormous amount of energy that was being spent on things that do not. Chapter 45. Individuation in a Critical World. The critical world does not pause for the work of individuation. It continues doing what it does, generating opinions, maintaining social pressure, awarding and withdrawing approval, sorting, assessing, projecting. The world that has been the subject of tonight's exploration does not become less active because a person has begun the long work of becoming more genuinely themselves. In many cases, as we have noted, the world becomes somewhat more difficult. The person who is becoming more authentic provides a less predictable surface for the group's projections. The resistance increases, and the work continues inside that resistance. Jung described individuation not as the achievement of a final state, but as a process, a spiraling movement, never fully complete, in which the same themes return at different levels of depth. The shadow, once made conscious, does not remain conscious without effort. The projection that has been withdrawn can be reinstalled by a particularly triggering social experience. The persona that has been loosened tightens again under pressure. The work is not a project that ends, it is the direction of a life. Let your body be still. What changes over years of this work is not the disappearance of the inner critic, or the complete withdrawal of all projections, or the absolute achievement of self-worth beyond social approval. What changes is the relationship to these things. The inner critic becomes a recognizable voice rather than the only voice. The projection becomes visible more quickly, and the recovery from it takes less time. The social wound still arrives, but the collapse goes less deep, and the recovery comes more reliably. James Hollis described this change as the shift from unconscious participation in the patterns of one's psychology to conscious participation. The patterns do not disappear, but the consciousness changes the relationship. The person who is conscious of their pattern of approval seeking still seeks approval. but they know they are doing it. They can observe it. And that observation, however partial and intermittent, opens a small gap between the impulse and the response. Marie-Louise von France, in her later teaching, observed that the most significant change in the individuating person is not behavioral but attitudinal, a growing willingness to not know, a loosening of the need for certainty about other people's verdicts, a developing capacity to say, "I don't know what they thought of me, and I can continue in that uncertainty." Breathe. The critical world is not going to stop being critical. Human beings, as social primates with ancient wiring for threat detection and tribal sorting, are going to continue generating the dynamics we have explored tonight. Projection, shadow, persona, the scapegoat mechanism, the punishment of uniqueness, the fear of the individuated. These are features of the human psyche that depth psychology can illuminate but cannot eliminate. What can change? The only thing that has ever changed at the level of the individual life is the degree to which one person is awake to what is happening. The degree to which, when the critical world turns its cold eye in your direction, you can recognize that the eye is not seeing clearly, that it is carrying its own history, its own shadow, its own unresolved need, and that the verdict it delivers is not the last word. Jung's one verified direct quote from the first volume of his letters returns here as the thread that was laid at the beginning of tonight. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. The critical world is the outside. The inside is what has been built slowly through all the work we have been exploring. The inside is not perfect, it is not invulnerable, but it is yours. And when the outside becomes very loud, and the judgments very certain, and the pressure very sustained, it is the inside to which the individuating person returns. Not as a retreat, as a foundation. Chapter 46, Peace Beyond the Watching Crowd. The crowd does not watch you right now. In this room, in this dark, there is no one assessing your performance. No one reading the expression on your face for signs of inadequacy. No one comparing your life to theirs and reaching a verdict. No social situation requires management. No persona is necessary. You are, for this brief space, simply here. Simply yourself. Simply the body, breathing in the dark. This is an unusual experience for most adults, though it does not sound like one. The degree to which social monitoring becomes continuous, becomes the background hum of consciousness in virtually every waking moment, means that its absence, when it finally arrives, can feel strange. The absence of the need to perform, the absence of the watching crowd, the space that opens when the social machine briefly stops. Jung thought of sleep as one of the primary times when the unconscious does its work without the interference of the ego's social agenda. Not passively, not simply as the shutdown of conscious activity, but actively. The dreams that arise in sleep are not random noise. They are the psyche's own communication to itself, the shadow material finding its natural expression, the archetypes doing their organizing work, the self speaking in the language of image and story. Let your body be completely released. The peace beyond the watching crowd is not a permanent state. It does not require a monastery or a desert or a radical withdrawal from human life. It is available in the pockets of genuine solitude that most lives contain, in the early morning before the social day begins, in the space of a long walk alone, in the moment of resting attention before sleep claims it. In these pockets, something resets. The social information that has accumulated through the day, the looks, the tones, the small victories and small diminishments of ordinary human interaction begins to lose its authority. The body relaxes its performance posture. The face lets down its managed expression. The interior, which has been subordinated to the social management since the alarm went off that morning, begins to be heard again. Seneca, in one of his letters to Lucilius, written in the last years of his life at his country estate near Naples, around 62 or 63 AD, described what he called the retirement of the soul, the withdrawal from the social world into the company of the interior. He was not recommending permanent withdrawal. He was a man who had been one of the most publicly visible people in the Roman world, tutor to Nero, senator, writer of extraordinary productivity. He knew the social world at its most demanding, and he knew the necessity for the mind's health of periodic retreat from it. Breathe. This is your retreat. The peace beyond the watching crowd is ultimately a peace with the self, not the achieved self, the performed self, the social self. The self that was there before the performance began and will remain when the performance is suspended. The self that Jung spent his life trying to articulate through the vocabulary of depth psychology. The self that Winnicott called the true self. The self that Hollis called the soul's core. The self that all of tonight's thinkers, from their different directions and different centuries, were attempting to describe. It does not require full clarity to be accessible. It does not require the resolution of all the material we have explored tonight. It requires only this: the temporary suspension of the watching crowd. The willingness to let the reviewing, assessing, managing, performing mind pause for long enough to allow what is underneath to surface. What is underneath is quieter than the social mind expects, less dramatic, less articulate, more fundamental. It does not have opinions about what was said to you last Tuesday. It does not run the comparison. It does not rehearse the argument. It simply is, present, breathing, existing in this room, with this body, in this night. Rest there, chapter 47, resting outside their projections. The projections that have been directed at you throughout your life, the verdicts, the shadow material, the accumulated weight of other people's unlived lives placed onto your surface, none of that is in this room right now. It belongs to them. It always did. You received it, absorbed some of it, carried some of it without knowing you were carrying it. Some of it became so familiar that it began to feel like your own material, your own verdict, your own truth. But it was never yours, it was always theirs, looking for a surface. And here, in the quiet, in the dark, in the suspension of the social performance, it is possible to set some of that down. Not permanently. That work takes longer than a night. But for now, to recognize the cold look that has been living in your chest since this afternoon, the one that has been recycling through the nervous system as evidence of something true about you. That cold look came from a person who was carrying something. Something you don't know about. Something they may not know about. Something that found your face for its own reasons, which have nothing to do with what is actually there. Let your body rest in the truth of that. Marie-Louise von Franz taught that the first step in withdrawing a projection that has been placed onto you, in refusing to carry what someone else has given you to carry, is the recognition that it was a projection. Not the emotional resolution of it, not the complete freedom from its effects, simply the recognition, this is not mine. This recognition can be practiced. It is a small, recurring act of discernment. The moment of looking at what you are carrying and asking, where did this come from? Was this here before today's interaction? Or did something happen that placed it here? Bessel van der Kolk has noted that the body holds what the conscious mind has not yet been able to integrate. The projection that lands in the morning may still be living in the shoulders by evening. The dismissal that occurred at lunch may have produced a tightening in the chest that is still there at midnight. The body does not automatically release what it has absorbed. It needs the opportunity to discharge, which is in part what sleep provides. Breathe. Let the breath carry something outward. Let the exhalation be a small release, not a dramatic one, not a surrender of anything that should be kept, just the ordinary discharge of what was held today that can be put down. The projection that was directed at you this week, whatever form it took, whatever quality was placed onto you, whatever verdict was delivered that did not accurately describe what was there, does not need to travel with you into sleep. The person who delivered it has their own interior that produced it, their own shadow that organized it, their own history that shaped the specific form it took. Those things belong to them. What belongs to you is what was there before the projection landed. What was actually there in you, seen clearly, without the static of someone else's unlived life. That is quieter than the projection, less dramatic, less certain, more real. Jung, in his private journal during the difficult years of 1913 to 1916, wrote of learning over and over to distinguish what was his from what had arrived from the collective, from the voices, from the outer world. The distinction was never finally made once and held permanently. It was made again each day, each encounter, each review of the day's material. This is the practice, not the achievement of immunity, the practice of return, the daily, ordinary work of distinguishing what is mine and what am I carrying for someone else. Tonight, set down what is not yours. Let the body be nothing but breath and weight and warmth in the dark. Chapter 48. Sleep beyond judgment. There is a room. It is late. The house is still. You came here tonight carrying the particular human burden of being seen by other minds, the fear of their verdicts, the weight of their projections, the accumulated social data of a life lived in the presence of other people who were also, all of them, carrying their own unresolved interiors, their own shadow, their own quiet urgency to find somewhere for it all to go. Jung sat in his study in Zurich in 1913, the lamps dim, the lake invisible in the darkness outside the window, and he chose to look inside rather than run from what he found. He did not know, in that moment, what he was beginning. He knew only that the alternative, the flight into social performance, into the comfortable persona of the successful young psychiatrist, into the approval of a world that had already begun to organize itself against what he was discovering, would cost him something he could not afford to give. He found in the long years that followed that what he had been afraid to face was not the thing he had feared, not madness, not disintegration, but the deeper self that had been waiting beneath the performance of selfhood, the center that was larger than the persona, the ground that held regardless of what the watching crowd decided. You carry the same capacity. Not because you have done the same work, his was extraordinary, and most of us are asked for less, but because the basic structure he was describing is not his. It is human. It is the structure you were born with, beneath everything that has since been built over it. Let your body be completely released. The judgment that followed you into this room, whatever form it took today, whatever echo of yesterday's social encounter, or last week's or last year's, does not follow you into sleep. Sleep is not social. Sleep does not assess or compare or replay. Sleep is the body returning to itself, the ego loosening its grip on the management of appearances, the deeper psyche doing the integration work that the waking mind cannot do. Jung believed that the night is where the psyche heals its own wounds, not through the achievement of something, but through the release of the managing. The persona goes quiet. The shadow moves through its own channels. The self, which is always there and never needs the social mirror to confirm its existence, receives the night's gift, the temporary suspension of everything that is not it. Breathe. Tonight you learned the judgment directed at you is almost never about you. It is about the person who delivers it, their shadow, their projection, their unlived life placed onto the nearest available surface, the cold look, the withering assessment, the casual dismissal. These are not verdicts, they are weather systems, generated by the interior climates of other people passing through the space between you. You learned. The inner critic is not a truth-teller. It is an internalized voice, assembled from early conditions that no longer hold, delivering its verdict with a certainty that was never warranted. You learned The wound of not belonging is frequently the birth condition of something that cannot be born inside belonging. That the sensitivity that makes you vulnerable to social pain also makes you capable of seeing what others miss. That the shadow in you and in them is not the darkness it appears to be, but unlived life asking for recognition. You learned the work of individuation is the work of returning to what was yours before the social world began asking you to manage it. Not the rejection of the social world, a different relationship to it, a less anxious one, a less dependent one in which the watching crowd's verdict is one input among many, rather than the only available measure of whether you are real. Let the breath be slow. The fear of other minds, the ancient, intelligent, survival-oriented sensitivity that began this evening in the dark of a quiet room, is not a failing. It is evidence of how much you are alive to the human world, how much you feel, how much you care about the quality of connection. These are not weaknesses to overcome. They are the very faculties that make genuine relationship possible. The person who has given up on caring has not achieved freedom. They have achieved a different kind of imprisonment. What is possible, what the long work of psychology and philosophy and the practices of centuries have been reaching toward, is not the end of care. It is care from a different ground. Care that does not collapse into the other person's verdict. Connection that does not require the other person to see clearly in order for you to know who you are. That ground is there. It has always been there. It is here now. The night is quiet. The room is dark. Your body is warm and heavy and breathing. The watching crowd has dissolved into the ordinary night. You are here. Only here. Simply here. The most useful thing you can do now is nothing. Not review the day, not prepare for tomorrow, not decode the meaning of what passed between you and another person in the world that will wait for you. Simply rest. Jung wrote in one of his letters in the 1940s that the most radical act available to a human being is the act of genuine rest. Not the rest of exhaustion, which is the body's collapse into unavoidable unconsciousness, but the rest of choice, the rest of someone who has put down, for a short while, the enormous weight of performing a self for the world's evaluation. This is that rest. The self that exists without the performance is still here, has been here all along, beneath the persona, beyond the shadow, past the verdict of any particular watching crowd. It is not special, it is not superior, it is not enlightened, it is simply real, and real is in the end enough. Let your eyes be still, let your breath be slow, let the night do what it knows how to do. Sleep now.